Prologue, the 7th page. Brooklyn Heights, present day. The study smelled like failure. Old leather, older whiskey, and beneath it all, the acrid tang of desperation. Elena Morgan stood before her father's mahogany desk. The same desk where she'd learned to read balance sheets at 8, where she'd signed her first appraisal certificate at 16, where she'd promised her dying mother she'd protect the family legacy. That legacy was now worth less than nothing. How much? Her voice came out steadier than her hands. She kept them clasped behind her back, nails cutting crescents into her palms. Richard Morgan didn't look up from the tumbler he was refilling. Third pour since she'd arrived 20 minutes ago. Does it matter? Yes. 2.4 million. He drank. Give or take the interest accruing daily. The number landed like a fist to her sternum. Morgan Fine Arts had survived the Depression, 2 world wars, the 2008 crash. 112 years of impeccable reputation, of Morgans who understood that art wasn't just commodity. It was memory made tangible, history you could hold. Her father had gambled it away in 18 months. The Kandinsky auction, Elena said. Not a question. The authentication fell through. Richard's jaw worked. The buyer sued. Legal fees, settlement, the damage to our reputation. You knew it was questionable. I told you to pull it. I needed the commission. For what? The poker games at Julian's club. The investment scheme that consultant pitched you. She stepped closer, her heels silent on the Persian rug. The rug her grandmother had bought in Tehran in 1965, now probably worth more than the business. Or was it the brownstone in Park Slope you bought for? Enough. Her father's hand slammed the desk. The tumbler jumped. You think I don't know what I've done? You think I don't see your mother's face every time I walk past her portrait? Elena did look at the portrait then. Catherine Morgan, painted the year before the cancer diagnosis, wearing the same expression of quiet disappointment Elena saw in her own mirror lately. Her mother had built Morgan Fine Arts into a powerhouse. Her father had cremated it. There's an option, Richard said quietly. Course there was. There was always an option when desperate men needed saving. Elena's spine straightened. No. You haven't heard. I don't need to hear it. The answer is no. Richard pulled a folder from his desk drawer. Cream-colored expensive stock, the kind lawyers used for documents that would outlive everyone who signed them. He slid it across the mahogany. Damien Cross. The name hung in the air like smoke. Elena knew it. Everyone in New York knew it. Cross Enterprises had devoured 3 competitors in the last year alone. Damien Cross didn't build. He acquired. Hostile takeovers were his foreplay, and he always finished. He's offered to clear the debts, Richard continued. All of them. Plus a capital infusion to restructure the business, cover operational costs for 2 years, and retain our staff. Elena's fingers touched the folder's edge. She didn't open it. In exchange for what? A marriage contract. The words should have shocked her. They didn't. She'd been a Morgan long enough to understand that old money and new money had been trading daughters for advantage since the first cave paintings sold for 3 seashells and a favorable alliance. He wants legitimacy, Richard said. The Morgan name opens doors his billions can't. Society invitations, museum boards, the kind of cultural capital that takes generations to build. He paused. You'd be his wife for 3 years. Public appearances, social events. After that, a quiet divorce. A settlement that ensures you're comfortable for life. Comfortable. Elena's laugh tasted bitter. Like a pet in a gilded cage. Like a woman with choices. Without this, we lose everything. The business, this house, your mother's collection. The staff we've employed for decades will be on the street by Christmas. Richard's voice cracked. I'm asking you to save what I couldn't. Elena opened the folder. The contract was 43 pages long. The first section outlined financial terms in language so dense it made her eyes ache. The second covered public obligations. Galas, charity functions, a minimum of 3 photographed appearances per month. The third detailed living arrangements. Cross's penthouse in Manhattan, separate bedrooms, a household staff bound by NDAs. It read like a corporate merger, which she supposed it was. Page 7, her father said. That's the complication. Elena flipped pages. Her eyes caught on a subsection titled Succession Clause, and the floor seemed to tilt beneath her feet. The marriage must produce a legitimate heir within 24 months of the contract's execution. Failure to fulfill this condition will result in the immediate forfeiture of all financial protections, including but not limited to Morgan Fine Arts operational capital, b. Morgan family estate and associated properties, c. any settlements or allowances outlined in Section 2.4. The words blurred. Elena read them again, slower, feeling each syllable like a stone in her chest. Heir. He wanted a child. He has a younger half-brother, Richard said. His voice distant now, coming from somewhere beyond the roaring in Elena's ears. Damien Cross. There's bad blood. Something about their father's will, contested inheritance. Damien needs a legitimate family to secure his position, to prove he's not just new money with sharp teeth. So he's buying a womb. Elena's voice was ice. How very modern of him. Elena. Does he know I'm not some broodmare he can stud out? She slammed the folder shut. That I have a career, ambitions beyond producing his genetic legacy. He knows you're the best chance either of our families have. Richard stood, and for the first time in months, he looked sober. Devastatingly sober. I've failed you. I've failed your mother's memory. This is the only card I have left to play, and I'm asking you, begging you to consider it. Elena turned away, moving to the window that overlooked the garden her mother had planted. Spring crocuses were pushing through the last snow, purple and gold and white. Stubborn. Beautiful. Unaware they were growing in soil that no longer belonged to the family that had tended it for 4 generations. 48 hours, she said. I need 48 hours to think. The offer expires in 36. Of course it did. Men like Damien Cross didn't leave room for hesitation. They presented terms, set deadlines, expected compliance. Elena picked up the folder. It was heavier than it looked. I'm taking this. Elena. Her father's hand touched her shoulder, a rare gesture made rarer by the tremor in his fingers. If you do this. He's not a kind man. Cross built his empire on ruthlessness. He won't love you. Good. Elena met his eyes in the window's reflection. Love makes you weak. Look where it got you. She left before he could respond, the folder tucked under her arm like a bomb with a ticking clock. Her apartment in Brooklyn Heights was small, a 1-bedroom she'd rented after graduate school, refusing to live in the family estate once she'd seen the bills piling up. The walls were covered in art, a Rothko print, a small Basquiat sketch she'd bought at auction with her first commission, photographs from her semester in Florence. Life. Small maybe, but hers. Elena poured wine she couldn't afford and opened the contract again. She read it twice. Then a third time, making notes in the margins with a red pen, the same pen she used to mark up provenance documents. By midnight, she'd catalogued every clause, every contingency, every trapdoor Damien Cross had built into the language. He was thorough. She'd give him that. The marriage could be dissolved after 3 years if both parties agreed. The heir clause had a medical exception. If pregnancy proved impossible, the contract would be renegotiated. There was a fidelity requirement, a social media protocol, even a specification about public displays of affection, minimum 1 photograph per event showing physical contact. He'd thought of everything except what it meant to buy a person. Elena's phone buzzed. A text from her assistant. Christie's called. They're pulling our consignment slots for next quarter. Sorry. The dominoes were falling faster now. By next week, their remaining clients would hear the rumors. By next month, Morgan Fine Arts would be a footnote in art world history, a cautionary tale about legacy squandered. Unless she signed. Elena returned to page 7. The succession clause stared back at her, black ink on cream paper, as binding as any vow. Within 24 months. She pressed her palm against her stomach, imagining it. Child. Not conceived in love or even affection, but in contractual obligation. A baby born to save a business, to legitimize a billionaire, to be the collateral in a deal between desperate strangers. Her mother would have been horrified. Her mother was also dead, and the living had to make uglier choices. Elena reached for her laptop and typed Damien Cross into the search bar. The results were extensive. Forbes profiles, business journal features, society page photographs. She clicked on images. The man who stared back from her screen was younger than she'd expected, 34 to her 28, with dark hair, darker eyes, and a face that belonged on Roman coins. Dark. Uncompromising. Handsome in the way that predators were handsome, all clean lines and controlled power. In every photograph, he stood slightly apart from the crowd. At galas, his smile never reached his eyes. At business conferences, his posture radiated the kind of authority that didn't need to announce itself. In one image, a charity auction at the Met, he was watching a painting being unveiled, and his expression held something Elena recognized. Hunger. Not for the art itself, but for what it represented. Belonging. The invisible currency that old money spent without thinking and new money could never quite purchase. He wanted what she had. She needed what he had. The terms were obscene. The timing was impossible. The implications made her want to throw the laptop across the room. Elena closed the browser and opened her email instead. Mr. Cross. I've reviewed the contract. I have questions about Section 7 subsection C, and would like to discuss modifications to the timeline outlined in the succession clause. I'm available to meet at your earliest convenience. Regards, Elena Morgan. She hit send before courage failed her. The response came in 4 minutes. Ms. Morgan. Tomorrow. 2 p.m. Cross Tower penthouse level. Come alone. D. Cross. No pleasantries. No negotiation about timing. Just an order, delivered with the confidence of a man who'd never heard the word no. Elena read the message 3 times, then poured another glass of wine. She hadn't read page 7 carefully enough the first time. She'd missed the subsection about dispute resolution, the clause about binding arbitration, the fine print that made it clear. Once she signed, Damien Cross would own every legal avenue of escape. The wine tasted like ashes. Outside her window, Manhattan glittered across the East River. 1,000 lit windows in 100 towers, each one representing someone's dream or someone's cage. Tomorrow she'd cross that river. She'd walk into Damien Cross's territory and negotiate the sale of her next 3 years. Maybe longer if the succession clause took. Elena returned to the contract one final time, flipping to the last page. The signature lines waited, blank and patient. Above them, a single sentence in bold. This agreement, once executed, supersedes all prior understandings and constitutes the complete and binding arrangement between parties. Complete. Binding. Final. She set down the wine glass and picked up her red pen. At the bottom of page 7, in the margin next to the succession clause, she wrote a single word. Mo. Then she closed the folder and went to bed, knowing that tomorrow she'd cross it out and sign anyway. The living made ugly choices. And Elena Morgan had 43 pages of ugly ahead of her. Chapter 1, The Signing. Cross Tower, Manhattan. The elevator to the penthouse required a key. Elena stood in the marble lobby of Cross Tower, all steel and glass and the kind of aggressive modernity that announced new money with a bullhorn, and stared at the private elevator's card reader. A security guard had handed her a black keycard without a word. His face professionally blank, as if women arrived daily to sell themselves in increments of 3 years. Maybe they did. The elevator was silent except for the whisper of expensive machinery. Elena watched the numbers climb, 42, 43, 44, and tried to remember the breathing exercises from the yoga class she'd quit after 2 sessions. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Pretend your spine is a steel rod and your heart isn't trying to punch through your ribs. The doors opened onto a private vestibule. Not an office. Home. The penthouse sprawled before her in a study of contrasts. Dark wood against white marble, floor-to-ceiling windows framing Manhattan like a conquered territory, furniture that looked sculptural and unwelcoming. Everything was clean lines and sharp angles. No softness anywhere. The afternoon light slanted through the windows in geometric slashes, turning the space into chiaroscuro, all brightness and shadow with nothing in between. Ms. Morgan. Elena turned. Damien Cross stood in the doorway to what might have been a library, backlit so she couldn't see his face clearly. He wore a suit that probably cost more than her monthly rent. Charcoal, perfectly tailored, the kind of armor that announced power without trying. When he stepped forward into the light, Elena's breath caught despite herself. The photographs hadn't prepared her. He was taller than she'd expected, broad-shouldered in a way that suggested he did more than sit behind a desk. His face was all brutal elegance, strong jaw, sharp cheekbones, a mouth that looked like it had forgotten how to smile. But it was his eyes that stopped her. Dark, almost black, and completely unreadable. They swept over her once, cataloging, assessing, and she felt the evaluation like a physical touch. Mr. Cross. She kept her voice level. Thank you for seeing me. You had questions about the contract. Not a question. He moved past her toward a bar cart, crystal decanters catching the light. Drink. No. He poured himself whiskey anyway, 2 fingers neat, and gestured toward a seating area near the windows. Not an invitation. Command. Elena sat on the edge of a leather chair that probably cost more than her car. She set her bag beside her feet and pulled out the contract, her red annotations visible on the pages. Damien settled into the chair opposite, close enough that she could smell his cologne, something dark and expensive, cedar and bergamot. He sipped his whiskey and waited. The succession clause, Elena said. 24 months is unrealistic. I want it extended to 36. No. The word landed flat and final. I haven't finished. You want more time because you're hoping the marriage will fail before you have to fulfill that particular obligation. Damien set down his glass. The timeline stays. Elena's jaw tightened. I'm not a broodmare you can put on a schedule. No. You're a woman whose family is drowning in debt, whose business is hemorrhaging clients, whose father is 3 weeks from losing the estate your mother loved. He leaned forward slightly. You're also intelligent enough to know that this contract is the only life raft being offered. So let's dispense with the posturing. Heat flooded her cheeks. Anger, not embarrassment. You want to buy a wife and rent a womb. The least you can do is negotiate like I'm a person instead of an acquisition. Something flickered in his eyes. Might have been amusement. Everything is an acquisition, Ms. Morgan. The only variable is price. He picked up his whiskey again. Your price is $2.4 million in debt relief, plus operational capital for a failing business, plus the preservation of a family legacy. That's not rent. That's purchase. Then I'm overpriced. Elena stood. Thank you for your time. She made it 3 steps toward the elevator before he spoke. I've already paid your father's debts. Elena froze. 3 days ago, Damien continued, his voice conversational. The creditors have been notified. The liens on the estate have been removed. Morgan Fine Arts accounts have been unfrozen. You've been my wife on paper since Tuesday. The floor seemed to tilt. Elena turned slowly. That's not possible. I haven't signed anything. Your father has power of attorney over the business. He signed on your behalf. Damien stood, moving toward her with the unhurried confidence of a man who'd already won. The contract you're holding is a courtesy copy. The original is with my lawyers, fully executed. That's illegal. It's binding. I had 3 separate firms review the language. He stopped close enough that she had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. You can walk away right now. The marriage will be annulled, the debts will be reinstated with interest, and your father will lose everything by Easter. Or you can stop pretending you have leverage and start discussing the terms of our arrangement like a rational adult. Elena's hands clenched around the contract. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to call a lawyer, to find the loophole that would let her escape. But she'd read 43 pages of airtight language. She knew what binding meant. "You bastard." "Yes." No apology in his voice. "Sit down, Elena." The use of her first name felt like a violation. She didn't sit. "Why me?" The question came out harder than she'd intended. "You could have any woman in New York. Why buy one who hates you?" "Because you're smart enough to understand what this is." Damien moved back to his chair, giving her space. "I don't want a wife who'll fall in love and complicate things with expectations. I want a partner who knows how to play a role, who understands that marriage is a contract like any other, who won't mistake performance for reality." He sipped his whiskey. "Your family has spent a century teaching you how to wear the right mask at the right time. That's the skill I'm purchasing. And the heir. Insurance." His expression didn't change. "My half-brother is contesting our father's will. A legitimate family strengthens my position. The child will be provided for. Trust fund, education, everything they need. You'll have full custody after the divorce if you want it." "If I want it." Elena's laugh was sharp. "You're planning the dissolution before the marriage even starts." "I'm planning for contingencies. That's how you survive." Damien set down his glass and pulled a small box from his jacket pocket. He opened it without ceremony. The ring inside was a flawless emerald-cut diamond, easily 4 carats, set in platinum. It caught the afternoon light and threw it back in sharp fragments. "We announce the engagement Saturday," he said. "There's a charity gala at the Met. Black tie, 500 guests, every society page in the city. You'll wear this, smile for the cameras, and let me introduce you as my fiancé. And if I refuse, you won't." He stood and crossed to her, taking her left hand before she could pull away. His fingers were warm, calloused in unexpected places. He slid the ring onto her finger with the efficiency of a man closing a deal. "It fits. I had your measurements from the background check." Elena stared at the ring. It was beautiful. It was a shackle. "What are the rules?" Her voice came out quieter than she'd intended. "Public unity. Private distance." Damien released her hand but didn't step back. "We attend events together, present as a couple in love. At home you have the guest wing, bedroom, bathroom, office space. I won't enter without permission. And the succession clause? We'll approach it clinically when the time comes. I'm not interested in forcing intimacy." His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "But the contract requires an heir. That's non-negotiable." Elena met his eyes. They were still unreadable, dark and flat as river stones. "What if I can't get pregnant? Then we'll explore alternatives. IVF, surrogacy if necessary." He turned away, moving back toward the windows. "I'm not a monster, Elena. I'm a businessman who needs a particular outcome. How we achieve it is open to discussion." "How generous." "It's practical." He looked at her over his shoulder. "You'll move in by Friday. I'll have my assistant coordinate with the movers. Bring whatever you want, books, art, furniture. The guest wing is yours to arrange." "Just like that. Just like that." Damien faced the windows again, his silhouette sharp against the Manhattan skyline. "We have a contract. Everything else is implementation." Elena looked down at the ring on her finger. The diamond caught the light, throwing rainbows across her skin like bruises. She thought about her mother's portrait, her father's trembling hands, the century of Morgan history that would vanish if she walked out of this penthouse. She thought about the price of survival. "I want separate bank accounts," she said. "And I want final say over any decisions regarding the child." "Agreed. With the caveat that I have equal parental rights. I want my name to stay on Morgan Fine Arts masthead. I remain CEO. Already in the contract. Page 19, section 4.2. Damien turned back to face her. "Anything else?" "Yes. Elena lifted her chin. I want your word that you won't touch me outside of what's necessary for the succession clause. No performance of intimacy in private. In public, we're a couple. Behind closed doors, we're strangers. Something shifted in his expression, there and gone too quickly to name. You have my word. Then I'll move in Friday. She picked up her bag, the contract still clutched in her other hand. Send your assistant's contact information to my email. Elena. She stopped at the elevator, her finger hovering over the call button. This doesn't have to be a prison sentence, Damien said quietly. We can be civil. Even friendly if you'd prefer. Elena looked at him across the expanse of marble and shadow. This man who'd bought her future, who'd trapped her with her own desperation, who stood in his conquered city like a king surveying his territory. I don't want to be your friend, she said. I want to survive this with enough of myself intact to walk away when it's over. The elevator arrived with a soft chime. Elena stepped inside, and the doors began to close. The key was warm, Damien said, his voice carrying across the distance. Elena's finger hit the door-open button. What? He pulled something from his pocket. A second keycard, identical to the one she'd used to access the penthouse. He crossed to the elevator and held it out. I've been carrying it for 3 days, he said. Since I signed the papers. Waiting for you to come claim it. Elena took the keycard. The plastic was warm from his body heat, worn smooth at the edges as if he'd been turning it over and over in his pocket. A nervous habit. Tell. She looked up at him, at this man who negotiated like a warlord and carried her key like a talisman, and felt something shift beneath her ribs. Not attraction. Not quite. But recognition, maybe. Of another person who knew what it meant to wear armor every day. Friday, she said. Friday, he agreed. The elevator doors closed between them. Elena rode down 44 floors in silence, the ring heavy on her finger, the keycard warm in her palm. Through the glass walls, Manhattan spread out below, a grid of streets and buildings and lives, all of them operating on contracts spoken and unspoken. Marriage was just another transaction. Love was the lie people told themselves to make it bearable. She wouldn't make that mistake. By the time the elevator reached the lobby, Elena had already started making lists. What to pack, what to leave behind, how to explain to her father that she'd agreed to sell herself in installments. The ring caught the fluorescent light as she pushed through the lobby doors, and a woman waiting for a taxi stared at it with naked envy. Elena pulled her hand into her pocket and walked toward the subway. Behind her, 44 floors up, Damien Cross stood at his window and watched her disappear into the Manhattan afternoon. His hand was still in his pocket, fingers curved around the empty space where her key had been. The key was warm. He'd been carrying it in his pocket all along. Chapter 2. The Arrangement. Cross Penthouse, Manhattan, Friday, 4:47 p.m. Damien stood at his office window and watched the moving truck double park on the street below. From 44 floors up, Elena was a small figure in dark jeans and a cream sweater, directing 2 men carrying a leather armchair toward the building's service entrance. She moved with the efficiency of someone who'd spent her life cataloging valuable objects. Precise gestures, no wasted motion. He'd been watching for 20 minutes. The realization made him turn away from the window and return to his desk, where 3 acquisition reports waited for review. Cross Enterprises was finalizing a purchase of a boutique hotel chain in the Hamptons. 12 properties, undervalued, ripe for renovation and rebranding. The numbers were solid. The timeline was aggressive. He should have been focused. Instead, he kept thinking about the way Elena had looked at him in the elevator 3 days ago. Not with fear or even anger, but with something worse, resignation. The expression of someone who'd calculated the cost and decided she could afford it. He knew that look. He'd worn it himself at 12, standing in the ruins of his father's study while creditors inventoried the furniture. His phone buzzed. A text from his assistant. Ms. Morgan has arrived. Building manager is providing access to the service elevator. Damien typed a response. I'll be out for the evening. Make sure she has everything she needs. He sent it, then deleted the message and typed again. Thank you. I'm here if there are any issues. That was worse. He deleted it too. Finally, noted. He grabbed his jacket and headed for the door, then stopped. Leaving while she moved in felt like cowardice. Staying felt like surveillance. There was no correct answer, which meant he was already losing control of a situation he'd designed to be airtight. Damien compromised. He went to the library, the room farthest from the guest wing, and poured himself whiskey he didn't want. An hour later, he heard voices in the hallway. Careful with that corner, the frame is original. Lady, we move art for Sotheby's. We got this. It's not Sotheby's, it's personal, and if you chip the gilt I'll. Elena. A male voice, younger, amused. Let them work. Damien's hand tightened on his glass. He moved to the library doorway and looked down the hall. Elena stood near the guest wing entrance, arms crossed, watching the movers maneuver a large painting through the doorway. Beside her, a man in his early 30s leaned against the wall. Blonde, expensive haircut, the kind of easy confidence that came from never having to fight for anything. Julian. Damien's half-brother saw him first. His smile sharpened. Damien. Didn't know you'd be home. It's my home. Damien walked toward them, keeping his pace unhurried. I'm usually here. Right. Of course. Julian's gaze flicked to Elena. I was just helping with the heavy lifting. Moral support. How thoughtful. Damien stopped close enough to make Julian shift his weight. I'm sure Ms. Morgan appreciates the assistance. Elena turned, and something flickered across her face when she saw him. Not pleasure. Not quite discomfort. Assessment maybe. The movers have it under control. Julian was leaving. Was I? Julian's smile didn't falter. I thought we might grab dinner after. Celebrate your new living situation. No. The word came out harder than Damien intended. He modulated his tone. Elena and I have plans. Do we? Elena's eyebrow arched. Yes. Damien held her gaze. We need to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's event. Julian looked between them, his expression calculating. The Met Gala. Course. Big debut for Manhattan's newest power couple. He pushed off the wall. I'll leave you to your planning. Elena, if you need anything, and I mean anything, you have my number. He left with a wave that managed to be both casual and pointed. Damien waited until the elevator doors closed before speaking. How do you know my brother? He introduced himself at a gallery opening last year. We've stayed in touch. Elena turned back to supervise the movers, who were now wrestling a bookshelf through the doorway. He's been kind. Julian is never kind without an agenda. Unlike you. The hit landed clean. Damien felt his jaw tighten. He's trying to undermine me. Getting close to you is strategy. Maybe he just likes me. Elena signed something on the mover's clipboard, then looked at Damien. Not everyone operates on ulterior motives. In my family they do. She studied him for a moment, and he had the uncomfortable sensation of being catalogued like one of her paintings, assessed for authenticity, provenance, hidden damage. I can handle Julian. You don't need to be territorial. I'm not. He stopped. He was being territorial. The realization tasted bitter. You're right. I apologize. Elena blinked. Did that hurt? What? Apologizing. You look like it physically pained you. Despite himself, Damien felt his mouth twitch. Almost a smile. He suppressed it. I'm not used to being wrong. Get used to it. We're married. She walked past him toward the guest wing. Come on. If we're having dinner, you might as well see what you've purchased. The guest wing had been professionally decorated in shades of gray and white, tasteful, neutral, soulless. In the hour since Elena had arrived, she'd transformed it. Books lined the shelves in organized chaos. Art history, auction catalogs, novels with cracked spines that suggested multiple readings. The Rothko print from her apartment hung above a small writing desk. Photographs crowded the dresser. Elena with an older woman who had her eyes. Elena at her graduate school commencement. Elena laughing with friends at some sun-drenched outdoor party. A life compressed into 200 square feet. Damien stood in the doorway while Elena directed the movers on the placement of her bed. A wrought iron frame that looked like it belonged in a French country house, completely at odds with the penthouse's modern aesthetic. "That's my grandmother's," she said, catching his gaze. "Non-negotiable." "I didn't say anything. You were thinking it." She tipped the lead mover, and the men filed out. The door clicked shut behind them, leaving Damien and Elena alone in the sudden quiet. She turned to face him, arms crossed. "Oh, dinner plans we don't have. We do now." Damien loosened his tie. "There are things we need to establish before tomorrow. Such as how we touch in public, what we say when people ask how we met, the story of our relationship." He moved into the room, drawn by a small watercolor on the desk. A seascape, all gray water and grayer sky. "We need to be consistent." "You mean we need to lie consistently?" "I mean we need to be convincing." Damien picked up the watercolor. The signature in the corner read C. Morgan. "Your mother painted this?" "Yes." Elena took it from him and set it back down, adjusting the angle. "She did a series of them the summer before she died." "That's Montauk. We rented a house there every August." "It's beautiful." "It's sad." Elena's fingers lingered on the frame. She knew she was dying. "You can see it in the brushwork. Everything's dissolving into mist." Damien looked at the painting again. She was right. The horizon line bled into the sky. The waves lost definition halfway to shore. It was a painting about disappearing. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "For what?" "That you lost her. That your father squandered what she built." He met her eyes. "That I'm making you do this." Elena's expression shifted. Surprise, then something more complicated. "You're not making me do anything. I chose this. Under duress." "Still a choice." She moved to the window, looking out at the Manhattan skyline. "My mother used to say that art is about making meaning from chaos. Finding the pattern in the brushstrokes. Maybe that's what this is. A pattern we're making together. That's generous. It's survival." Elena turned back to him. "If I spend the next 3 years hating you, I'll destroy myself in the process. So I'm choosing to find the pattern. To make this mean something beyond a transaction." Damien studied her. This woman who'd been in his home for 2 hours and had already made it feel less like a mausoleum. "What did you tell your father?" "The truth. That I signed the contract, that I'm moving in, that we're announcing the engagement tomorrow." Her jaw tightened. "He cried. Then he poured himself a drink and told me I was saving the family. As if that makes it noble instead of desperate." "Do you want it to be noble?" "I want it to be over." Elena's voice was flat. "I want to wake up 3 years from now with my life back and enough money to never feel trapped again." "That's the plan." "Plans change. People change." She crossed to the bed and sat on the edge, suddenly looking exhausted. "What happens if one of us falls in love with someone else during this arrangement?" The question caught him off guard. "The contract has a fidelity clause." "I know what the contract says. I'm asking what happens in reality." Elena looked up at him. "If you meet someone who makes you want to break the rules, what then?" Damien moved closer, stopping a few feet from the bed. "I won't." "You sound very sure." "I am." He'd spent years building walls between himself and emotional liability. He wasn't about to dismantle them for anyone. "What about you?" "I don't believe in love anymore." Elena's smile was bitter. "I watched it destroy my father. My mother loved him desperately, and he repaid that by gambling away everything she built. Love makes you vulnerable. I'm done being vulnerable." "Then we're well matched." "Are we?" She tilted her head, studying him. "You don't strike me as someone who's given up on wanting things. You just want things you can control. And you think you can't be controlled." I know I can't. Elena stood, closing the distance between them. She was tall, 5'8" or 9, and in her flat boots she nearly met his eyes. You bought a wife, Damien. But you didn't buy compliance. Remember that tomorrow when you're introducing me to your world. She was close enough that he could smell her perfume, something light and citrus, completely different from the heavy florals the women in his circles wore. Close enough that he could see the gold flecks in her hazel eyes, the faint freckles across her nose that makeup didn't quite hide. Close enough to kiss, if this were a different kind of arrangement. Damien stepped back. Dinner. There's an Italian place that delivers. We can eat here, go over the guest list for tomorrow. Romantic. But Elena's voice held amusement, not sarcasm. I don't do romance. Lucky for you, neither do I. She moved past him toward the door. I'll change. Meet you in the dining room in 20 minutes. She left, and Damien stood alone in her bedroom, surrounded by the evidence of her life. The photographs, the books, the painting of a woman dissolving into mist. He picked up a framed photo from the dresser. Elena at maybe 16, standing in front of Morgan Fine Arts with her mother. Both of them were smiling, Elena's arm around her mother's waist. Before the cancer. Before the gambling. Before desperation made people into commodities. Damien set down the photo and left the room, pulling the door closed behind him. They ate pasta at the dining table, the first time Damien had used it for an actual meal in the 3 years he'd owned the penthouse. Elena had changed into a simple black dress, her hair pulled back, no jewelry except the engagement ring that looked obscene on her finger. The guest list is 240 people, Damien said, scrolling through his tablet. Society families, business associates, a few politicians. Julian will be there. Of course he will. Elena twirled pasta around her fork. Does he know about the contract? He knows I'm getting married. Not the specifics. He'll figure it out. He's not stupid. She took a bite, chewed thoughtfully. What's the story? How did we meet? Auction house. I was buying a piece, you were consulting on authentication. We started talking. Damien had rehearsed this with his publicist. 6 months of quiet dating, then I proposed last week. Simple. Boring. Believable. Fine. Elena set down her fork. What do I need to know about your world? The unwritten rules, the social landmines. Damien considered. Don't mention money directly. Don't ask people what they do. They'll tell you if they want you to know. Don't trust anyone who's too friendly too fast. So trust no one. Essentially. Elena laughed. A real laugh, surprised and slightly bitter. God, what a miserable way to live. It's how you survive. Damien refilled her wine glass. Your world isn't that different. Old money, new money. We're all just fighting to keep what we have. My world values legacy over liquidity. We might be broke, but at least we have history. She sipped her wine. Your world values power. Everything else is negotiable. Including wives. Including wives, she agreed. They ate in silence for a moment. Outside the windows, Manhattan glittered in the dusk. 1,000 lit windows, 1,000 private dramas. Tell me about your family, Elena said suddenly. Not the business history. The real story. Damien's hand tightened on his fork. Why? Because tomorrow I'm going to be introduced as your fiancé, and I should know more about you than what's in the Forbes profile. She met his eyes. I told you about my mother. Fair's fair. He wanted to refuse. The words were right there, that's not part of the contract. But something about the way she looked at him, direct and unflinching, made him set down his fork. My father was a developer. Residential properties mostly. He built half the brownstones in Park Slope in the 80s. Damien's voice came out flat, reciting facts. He was also a gambler. Poker, horses, sports betting. By the time I was 12, he'd mortgaged everything. The creditors came on a Tuesday. What happened? We lost the house. My mother took Julian and moved to her sister's place in Connecticut. I stayed with my father in a studio apartment in Queens. The memory tasted like ash. He drank himself to death within a year. Liver failure. Elena's expression softened. I'm sorry. Don't be. It taught me what matters. Damien picked up his wine glass, studying the ruby liquid. Control. Capital. Never letting anyone have enough leverage to destroy you. Is that what Julian wants? To destroy you? Julian wants what he thinks should have been his. Our fathers will left everything to me. The business, what little money remained. Julian got a trust fund and a grudge. Damien drank. He's been trying to prove I'm not worthy of the inheritance ever since. By buying up your company shares. Among other things. Damien set down his glass. He'll try to charm you tomorrow. He's good at it, makes people feel seen, understood. It's a weapon. I can handle Julian. Can you? Damien leaned forward. He'll ask you questions that sound innocent. He'll make you laugh. And then he'll use everything you tell him to find the cracks in our arrangement. Then I won't give him anything to use. Elena's voice was steady. I'm not naive, Damien. I know what tomorrow is. A performance for an audience that wants to see us fail. I won't give them the satisfaction. Something in her tone made Damien believe her. She'd been performing her whole life. The dutiful daughter, the competent professional, the woman who smiled through her mother's funeral and her father's collapse. This was just another role. What do you need from me tomorrow? He asked. Elena considered. Touch me like you mean it. Not possessive, not performative. Like I'm someone you chose. He paused. Can you do that? Yes. Liar. But she smiled slightly. Try anyway. They finished dinner talking through logistics. Timing, transportation, what Elena would wear. Damien's stylist had sent over 3 gowns. Elena had rejected all of them and chosen something from her own closet. He didn't ask what. He'd find out tomorrow. At 10, Elena stood and started clearing plates. Leave them, Damien said. The housekeeper comes in the morning. I'm not used to leaving messes. But she set down the plates. Thank you for dinner. And for the conversation. It was practical. It was almost pleasant. Elena moved toward the hallway, then stopped. Damien. Yes. This thing we're doing, she gestured between them. It doesn't have to be warfare. We can be civil. Maybe even allies. Allies. The word felt foreign. Damien had business partners, employees, competitors. He didn't have allies. People on the same side, Elena clarified. Working toward a common goal. It's not friendship, but it's not enmity either. Damien studied her. This woman who'd been in his home for 6 hours and had already shifted something in the careful architecture of his life. All right. Allies. Good. She turned toward her wing. Good night. Elena. She looked back. The painting, he said. The one your mother made. It's not just sad. It's also honest. She wasn't afraid to show the dissolution. Elena's expression shifted. Surprise, then something that might have been gratitude. No. She wasn't afraid of much. Was. Good night, Damien. She disappeared down the hallway, and Damien heard her door click shut. He stood alone in the dining room, surrounded by the detritus of their first shared meal, and realized he'd been wrong about something fundamental. He'd thought buying Elena would be simple, a transaction, clean and contained. But she was already complicating things just by being herself. By hanging her photographs and asking questions and looking at him like he might be human underneath the armor. Damien returned to his office and pulled up the contract on his computer. 43 pages of carefully constructed boundaries. He read through Section 7 again. The succession clause, the timeline, the clinical language about producing an heir. Within 24 months. 24 months of living with a woman who painted with light and asked uncomfortable questions and didn't flinch when he tried to intimidate her. He was beginning to think he'd miscalculated the cost. Damien closed the laptop and moved to the window. Across the city, lights flickered and dimmed. Somewhere in the guest wing, Elena was unpacking her life into the space he'd given her, making it hers, making it mean something. He thought about her mother's painting, the way the horizon dissolved into nothing, beautiful and terrible at once. Maybe that's what this was. A slow dissolution of the boundaries he'd spent years building. And maybe, despite every instinct screaming at him to retreat, he was going to let it happen. She didn't flinch. That was the problem. Chapter 3, The Performance. The Plaza Hotel, Manhattan. Saturday, 7:34 p.m. The gown was white. Elena stood before the full-length mirror in Damien's bedroom. He'd insisted she dress there, something about the lighting being better, and barely recognized herself. The silk was heavy, liquid, cut to skim her body without clinging. The back plunged to her waist in a deep V, leaving her spine exposed. It was the kind of dress that announced ownership before a single word was spoken. She'd chosen it specifically for that reason. "You look." Damien stopped in the doorway, his bow tie hanging loose around his neck. His eyes traveled from her bare shoulders down to the hem that pooled slightly at her feet. "That's not one of the dresses the stylist sent." "No, it's mine." Elena turned, letting the silk catch the light. "My mother wore it to a gala in 1995. I had it altered. It's perfect." He moved into the room, and Elena caught his reflection in the mirror, all sharp lines in his tuxedo, dark and devastating. He stopped behind her, close enough that she could feel the heat of him against her exposed back. "May I?" She nodded, not trusting her voice. Damien lifted a jewelry box from his dresser and opened it. A necklace lay inside, diamonds and emeralds in an Art Deco setting, the kind of piece that had provenance and history. He lifted it carefully, and Elena felt the cold weight of it settle against her collarbone as he fastened the clasp. His fingers brushed the nape of her neck. She suppressed a shiver. "It was my grandmother's," he said quietly, meeting her eyes in the mirror. "The only thing my father didn't manage to sell before he died." Elena touched the necklace, feeling the facets of the stones. "I can't wear this. If something happens." "Nothing will happen." Damien's hands settled on her bare shoulders, warm and solid. "It's been in a vault for 20 years. It should be seen." They stood like that for a moment, reflected in the mirror, a portrait of a couple preparing for their debut. Elena in white silk and borrowed jewels, Damien dark and commanding behind her. They looked perfect together. They looked like a lie. "Are you ready?" he asked. "No." She turned to face him. "But I'm very good at pretending." Something flickered in his expression, recognition maybe. "Then we're well matched." He offered his arm. "Shall we?" The plaza glittered like a jewelry box, all gold leaf and crystal chandeliers, and enough wealth concentrated in one ballroom to fund a small country. Elena felt the weight of attention the moment they entered. Conversations pausing, heads turning, the ripple of interest spreading through the crowd. Damien's hand settled at the small of her back. Possessive. Territorial. Exactly what they'd agreed to. "Smile," he murmured against her ear. "You're madly in love with me." "I'm madly something," she murmured back, and felt his quiet laugh against her temple. They moved through the crowd like sharks through water. Smooth, inevitable, drawing stares. Damien introduced her to a succession of faces. A museum director, a hedge fund manager, a fashion designer whose name Elena recognized from her mother's closet. She smiled, shook hands, let Damien's fingers trace idle patterns against her spine while he talked business. The touching was constant. His hand on her back, her waist, her elbow. His thumb brushing her wrist when he handed her champagne. Small gestures that read as affection but felt like stage direction. She was acutely aware of every point of contact. Elena Morgan, a woman in crimson silk, materialized beside them, her smile sharp as glass. "I heard rumors, but I didn't believe them. You and Damien Cross." "Victoria." Damien's voice cooled several degrees. "How unexpected to see you here." "I'm on the host committee, darling." You'd know that if you read your invitations. Victoria's eyes raked over Elena with the efficiency of an appraiser cataloging flaws. Morgan Fine Arts, isn't it? I heard you were having some financial difficulties. We restructured. Elena kept her voice pleasant. It's a strong market for strategic consolidation. How diplomatic. Victoria sipped her champagne. And how convenient that Damien specializes in acquiring distressed assets. The insult landed with surgical precision. Elena felt Damien tense beside her, his hand tightening on her waist. Elena isn't an asset, he said quietly. She's my fiancée. I'd appreciate you speaking to her with respect. Of course. My apologies. Victoria's smile never wavered. I'm sure you'll both be very happy. For however long it lasts. She drifted away, leaving the scent of expensive perfume and cheaper malice. Charming woman, Elena said. She's Julian's ex-girlfriend. Damien steered them toward the bar. He has excellent taste in vindictive people. Is everyone in your world like that? Most of them. He ordered 2 whiskeys neat. You handled her well. I've been handling women like that my entire life. Old money perfected passive aggression centuries ago. Elena accepted her glass. Your world just does it with better jewelry. Damien's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Drink. We have 3 more hours of this. They were halfway through dinner. Some architectural arrangement of microgreens and protein that cost more than it satisfied, when Julian arrived. Elena saw him first, moving through the crowd with easy confidence, stopping to kiss cheeks and shake hands. He wore his tuxedo like he'd been born in it, all casual elegance and practiced charm. When his eyes found their table, his smile sharpened. The happy couple. Julian pulled out the empty chair beside Elena without asking. You both look absolutely radiant. Love suits you. Julian. Damien's voice could have cut glass. I don't recall inviting you to our table. It's an open seating event, brother. Very democratic. Julian turned to Elena, his expression warming. That necklace is stunning. Grandmother's. Yes. Elena touched the stones at her throat. Damien was generous enough to let me wear it. How generous. He never let Victoria touch it, and they were together for 2 years. Julian signaled a waiter for champagne. Of course, Victoria didn't have your pedigree. The Morgan name opens doors that money can't. Julian. Damien's hand found Elena's under the table, his grip tight. A warning or a plea, she couldn't tell which. I'm simply making conversation. Julian's smile was all innocence. Elena, you must tell me, how did you two actually meet? The story Damien's publicist released was painfully vague. Elena felt the trap in the question. Too much detail would sound rehearsed. Too little would sound evasive. She went with the truth, or a version of it. We met through business, she said. Damien was acquiring a piece. I was consulting on authentication. We started talking, discovered we had more in common than we expected. She looked at Damien, letting her expression soften. He was persistent. I'm sure he was. Julian's eyes moved between them, calculating. And the engagement. Rather sudden, wasn't it? When you know, you know. Damien's voice was flat. Is there a point to this interrogation? Just curious about my future sister-in-law. Julian raised his champagne glass. To family. And the interesting ways it expands. Elena lifted her glass but didn't drink. Across the table, Damien's jaw was tight enough to crack teeth. The tension broke when the orchestra started playing. A waltz, elegant and old-fashioned. Couples began moving toward the dance floor. Dance with me. Damien stood, offering his hand to Elena. Not a request. She took it, grateful for the escape. The dance floor was crowded enough to provide the illusion of privacy. Damien pulled Elena close, one hand at her waist, the other holding hers against his chest. They moved together with surprising ease, falling into the rhythm without discussion. "I'm sorry about Julian," Damien said quietly. "He's trying to provoke me. He's trying to find cracks." Elena looked up at him. "Did you really not let Victoria wear the necklace?" "No." His hand tightened on her waist. "She asked. I refused. She took it as a sign I didn't love her." "Did you?" "No." Damien's eyes were dark, unreadable. "I was using her father's political connections. She knew it. We were both pretending it was something else." "Sounds familiar." Elena let him spin her, the silk of her dress flaring. When she came back to him, they were closer than before. "Is that your pattern? Finding people you can use?" "Yes." No apology in his voice. "Until you. I'm the most useful of all. I come with a century of legitimacy attached." "That's not what I meant." Damien's thumb traced a small circle against her spine, just above where the dress plunged. "You're the first person who knew what this was from the beginning. No illusions. No expectations. Is that better or worse?" "I don't know yet." He pulled her infinitesimally closer, and Elena felt the solid warmth of him all along her front. "But it's honest." The music swelled, and they moved through the other couples like they'd been dancing together for years instead of minutes. Elena was aware of eyes on them, curious, envious, calculating. She wondered what they saw. A love match? A business arrangement? Something in between? "You're good at this," she said. "At what?" "Performing. Making it look real." She felt his hand slide slightly lower on her back, his fingers splaying against bare skin. "Anyone watching would believe you actually want me." Damien's eyes darkened. "Who says I'm performing?" The question hung between them, dangerous and electric. Elena's breath caught. This wasn't part of the contract. This heat building in her chest, this awareness of every point where their bodies touched, this was complication neither of them needed. "Damien! There you are." A hand clapped Damien's shoulder, breaking the moment. A man in his 60s, silver-haired and commanding, beamed at them both. "Damien, you have to introduce me to your lovely fiancé." Damien's expression shuttered. "Elena, this is Richard Hastings. He's on the board at Cross Enterprises. And I've been trying to get this stubborn bastard to settle down for years." Richard took Elena's hand, kissing it with old-world gallantry. "My dear, you're a miracle worker. I'd almost given up hope." "I'm very persuasive," Elena said, and Richard laughed. They made small talk, Richard asking about Morgan Fine Arts, Elena deflecting questions about the wedding date with practiced ease. Damien stood close enough that she could feel the tension radiating from him, his hand never leaving her waist. When Richard finally excused himself, Damien guided Elena off the dance floor toward a quieter corner. "I need air," he said. "Come with me." It wasn't a request. The private gallery was closed for the event, but Damien had a key. Of course he did. He unlocked a side door and pulled Elena into a dim corridor lined with paintings shrouded in protective cloth. "What are we doing?" Elena asked. "Getting away from the performance." Damien loosened his bow tie, the first crack in his perfect facade. "I can't spend another hour smiling at people who are trying to calculate how much you cost me. Technically, 2.4 million plus operational capital. That's not funny." "It's a little funny." Elena leaned against the wall, suddenly exhausted. The necklace felt heavy at her throat. "Your friend Richard seems nice." "He's not my friend. He's a board member who's been pushing me to get married for years. Something about stability and long-term vision." Damien paced the narrow corridor like a caged animal. "He thinks a wife will make me less reckless." "Will it?" "No. It'll make me more careful." He stopped pacing, facing her. "I have more to lose now." Elena studied him in the dim light filtering from the gallery beyond. His hair was slightly mussed from running his hand through it, his bow tie hanging loose, his expression raw in a way it never was in public. This was the man beneath the armor, uncertain, volatile, almost human. Julian was right, she said quietly. This happened very fast. People are going to question it. Let them question. They'll investigate. They'll find the contract. They won't. Damien moved closer, his voice dropping. I have the best lawyers in New York. Everything is airtight. Nothing is airtight. Someone always talks. Elena pushed off the wall, closing the distance between them. What happens when the tabloids find out we're a business arrangement? When they print the details of the succession clause? We deny it. We present a united front. His hand came up, almost touching her face, then dropped. We make them believe it's real. How? The question came out sharper than she intended. How do we make anyone believe this when half the time I'm not sure I believe it myself? Like this. Damien's hand cupped her jaw, tilting her face up. We commit to the performance. We make it so convincing that even we start to forget where the act ends. His thumb brushed her lower lip, and Elena's breath stuttered. This was dangerous territory. This was exactly what the contract was designed to prevent. Damien, tell me to stop. His voice was rough. Tell me this isn't what you want. Elena should have. She should have stepped back, reminded him of the rules, retreated to the safe distance they'd agreed to maintain. Instead, she heard herself say, what if I can't tell the difference anymore? Between the performance and reality. Then we're both in trouble. His eyes searched hers, dark and intense. Because I've been thinking about kissing you since you walked out of that elevator in my penthouse. And it has nothing to do with the contract. The confession hung between them, dangerous and thrilling. Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. This was the moment. Choice. She could laugh it off, defuse the tension, retreat to safety. Or she could step off the cliff and see if he'd catch her. Then do it, she whispered. Kiss me like you mean it. Like I'm someone you chose. Damien's control shattered. His mouth found hers in a kiss that was nothing like performance. Desperate, consuming, real in a way that terrified her. His hand slid into her hair, angling her head to deepen the kiss. Elena's hands fisted in his jacket, pulling him closer, and distantly she registered that this was a mistake. This was breaking every rule, this was. The door at the end of the corridor opened, spilling light and voices. They broke apart. Damien's breathing was ragged, his eyes wild. Elena pressed her fingers to her lips, feeling them swollen and sensitive. We should, she started. Yes. Damien straightened his bow tie with shaking hands. We should get back. They stood there for another moment, neither moving, the air between them charged with everything they weren't saying. Finally, Elena stepped past him toward the door. This can't happen again. I know. I mean it, Damien. The contract. I know. He caught her wrist, stopping her. But for the record, I'm not sorry it happened. Elena looked back at him. This man who'd bought her future and was now threatening to steal her present. Neither am I. That's the problem. She pulled free and walked back toward the ballroom, leaving him standing alone in the darkened gallery. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. Elena smiled, made conversation, accepted congratulations from strangers who wanted to believe in fairy tales. Damien stayed close but didn't touch her more than necessary. The ease they'd found on the dance floor was gone, replaced by a careful distance that felt like cowardice. At midnight, they made their exit, a strategic departure timed for maximum impact. The photographers outside the plaza caught them leaving together, Damien's hand at Elena's back, her head tilted toward him as if sharing a secret. The photo would be in the society pages by morning. The perfect couple. The perfect lie. In the car they sat in silence. The city streamed past the windows, lights and shadows, the endless pulse of Manhattan at night. Elena touched the necklace at her throat, feeling the weight of borrowed history. I'll have the necklace cleaned and returned to the vault, Damien said quietly. All right. More silence. The driver navigated through late-night traffic with practiced efficiency. Elena, don't. She cut him off. Whatever you're about to say, don't. We made a mistake. We'll be more careful. That's all there is to discuss. Is it? Damien turned to face her. Because it didn't feel like a mistake. That's what makes it dangerous. Elena finally looked at him. We have a contract. We have rules. If we start breaking them now, what happens in 6 months? A year? When the succession clause comes due and we have to. She stopped, unable to finish the thought. Approach it clinically, Damien finished, his voice bitter. That's what I said, isn't it? Like it's a business transaction. It is a business transaction. Then why does it feel like something else? The question was quiet, almost lost in the hum of the engine. Elena didn't have an answer. Or rather, she had one and was terrified to speak it aloud. Because if this was becoming something else, if the performance was bleeding into reality, then they were both in far more danger than any contract could protect them from. The car pulled up to Cross Tower. The doorman opened Elena's door, and she stepped out into the cool spring night. Damien followed, his hand finding the small of her back again. Habit now, or maybe something more. They rode the elevator in silence. In the penthouse, Elena kicked off her heels and headed toward her wing. Elena! Damien's voice stopped her. Thank you. For tonight. For playing your part perfectly. He turned. He stood in the doorway to his office, still in his tuxedo, looking exhausted and beautiful and more human than she'd ever seen him. It wasn't all playing, she admitted. I know. His hand tightened on the doorframe. That's what terrifies me. Elena wanted to cross the space between them. She wanted to finish what they'd started in that darkened gallery. She wanted to break every rule they'd set and see what happened when the contract dissolved into something messier and more real. Instead, she said goodnight and walked to her room. She closed the door and leaned against it, still wearing her mother's dress and Damien's grandmother's necklace, feeling like she'd just stepped off a cliff and was still waiting to hit the ground. In the mirror, her reflection looked like a bride. Or a ghost. Or something caught between the two. A woman who'd agreed to be purchased and was discovering the price was higher than either of them had calculated. Elena unclasped the necklace with shaking hands and set it carefully on the dresser. The diamonds caught the light, throwing fractured rainbows across the wall. She thought about Damien's question. Who says I'm performing? She thought about the way he'd kissed her. Desperate and real and nothing like the careful distance they'd promised to maintain. She thought about the next 3 years stretching ahead, full of performances and proximity and the constant temptation to blur the lines they'd drawn. I wanted him to finish what he started, she thought. I hated myself for it. But that wasn't quite true anymore. She didn't hate herself. She was just terrified that wanting him was the first step toward losing herself completely. And that maybe, just maybe, he was terrified of the same thing. Elena changed out of the dress and into pajamas, hanging the silk carefully in her closet. Tomorrow they'd return to the rules. Tomorrow they'd rebuild the distance. Tonight, she let herself remember the taste of his mouth and the heat of his hands and the way he'd looked at her like she was something more than a contract. Tonight she let herself want. Tomorrow would be soon enough for regret. Chapter 4. The Fracture. Cross Tower, Manhattan, 1 month later. Damien stood at his office window at 3 a.m. and watched the city refuse to sleep. Month. For weeks. 31 days since the Met Gala, since that kiss in the darkened gallery, since everything had become infinitely more complicated than the contract allowed. He should have been reviewing the quarterly reports spread across his desk. Instead, he was thinking about the way Elena had reorganized his kitchen. Herbs in small pots on the windowsill, coffee mugs arranged by size instead of randomly shoved into cabinets. Small changes that shouldn't have mattered but somehow made the penthouse feel less like a mausoleum. His phone buzzed. A text from his head of security. Page 6 posted photos. Thought you should see. Damien opened the link. The headline read, Cross's new queen getting cozy with the spare heir? Below it, 3 photographs. Elena and Julian at a coffee shop in the West Village, heads bent together over lattes, her hand on his arm as she laughed at something he'd said. The timestamp was from yesterday afternoon. Damien's hand tightened on the phone hard enough that the screen protested. He forced himself to loosen his grip, to breathe, to think rationally. Elena was allowed to have coffee with whomever she wanted. The contract didn't specify isolation. Julian was charming, harmless, just trying to find leverage. Trying to prove Damien had made another mistake, chosen another woman who would betray him the moment something better came along. Damien set down the phone and poured himself whiskey he didn't want. The penthouse was silent except for the ambient hum of climate control and his own breathing. Elena had been asleep for hours. He'd heard her bedroom door close at 11, had resisted the urge to knock and ask about her day. They'd fallen into a careful routine over the past month. Polite distance at home, united front in public, and absolutely no discussion of what had happened in that gallery. It was civilized, functional, slowly driving him insane. Because Elena had integrated into his life with terrifying ease. She'd charmed his business partners at a dinner last week, offering insights about art investment that had 2 hedge fund managers asking for her card. She'd redecorated the living room with subtle touches. Books on the coffee table, fresh flowers, a painting she'd brought from her apartment that somehow made the whole space feel less sterile. She'd even started leaving notes on the kitchen counter when she'd be out late, meeting with Christie's until 8. Don't wait for dinner. As if they were a real couple. As if this was a real marriage. Damien drank his whiskey and tried not to think about the way she looked in the mornings. Sleepy-eyed and soft, her hair loose around her shoulders, wearing an oversized sweater and leggings as she made coffee. Tried not to think about how many times he'd found himself seeking her presence, asking her opinion, watching her sleep through the crack in her door like some kind of Victorian ghost. He was unraveling and she didn't even know it. His phone buzzed again. Another text, this time from Julian. Saw the photos. She's lovely. We should all have dinner soon. Family bonding. Damien deleted the message without responding. Elena came out of her bedroom at 7:30, already dressed for the day in tailored black pants and a silk blouse the color of champagne. She'd pulled her hair back in a low knot, all business except for the small diamond studs in her ears, a gift from Damien last week, presented without ceremony over breakfast as if buying her jewelry was perfectly normal. She'd worn them every day since. Good morning. She moved to the coffee maker, her movements efficient. You're up early. Didn't sleep. Damien stayed at the window, his back to her. Safer that way. We need to talk. He heard her pause. That sounds ominous. Page 6 posted photos of you and Julian yesterday. Having coffee. Silence. Then the sound of coffee being poured. The clink of a spoon against ceramic. Elena crossed to stand beside him at the window. Her mug cradled in both hands. I see. Her voice was carefully neutral. And you're upset about that. I'm concerned about optics. The lie tasted bitter. We're supposed to be newlyweds. You having intimate coffee dates with my half-brother sends the wrong message. Intimate. Elena's eyebrow arched. We were in a public coffee shop at 3 in the afternoon. Hardly a clandestine affair. That's not the point. Then what is the point, Damien? She turned to face him fully. Because if you're about to accuse me of something, I'd appreciate you being direct about it. He should have backed down. Should have apologized for the implication, retreated to safer ground. Instead he heard himself say, What did you talk about? Excuse me. You and Julian. What did you discuss? Elena set down her coffee with deliberate care. He invited me for coffee. Said yes. We talked about art, about the gallery scene, about his work in venture capital. It was pleasant. Harmless. Julian is never harmless. Neither are you, apparently. Her voice sharpened. You're acting like I've betrayed you. We had coffee, Damien. That's all. Did he ask about our marriage? Of course he did. I told him we're very happy. Elena crossed her arms. Which is what I'm supposed to say, isn't it? Part of the performance. The word landed like a slap. Performance. As if the past month had been nothing but theater. As if the way she'd started touching his arm when they talked, or the way she'd laughed at his dry humor, or the way she'd fallen asleep on the couch last week with her head on his shoulder had all been calculated moves in a game. What else did he say? Damien couldn't stop himself from pushing. Elena studied him for a long moment, and he watched her expression shift from irritation to something more complicated. Understanding, maybe. Pity. "He told me about your first engagement," she said quietly. Damien's jaw tightened. "What about it?" "That you were using Victoria to access her father's political connections. That she found out and ended it publicly at a charity gala, by throwing her ring at you in front of 300 people. Elena moved closer. "He said you have a pattern. That you collect people like acquisitions and discard them when they stop being useful. And you believed him." "I asked him if he thought you were doing the same thing to me." She held his gaze. "He said yes. That I should be careful. That you're incapable of real intimacy and I'll end up just another casualty of your ambition." The words hung between them, brutal and precise. Damien felt something crack in his chest. Anger or shame or both. "What did you tell him?" His voice came out rougher than intended. "I told him he was wrong." Elena's expression softened. "I told him that you and I have an understanding. That I knew what this was from the beginning, and I'm not naive enough to expect something it was never meant to be. But he's not entirely wrong, is he?" She reached out, her fingers brushing his arm. "You do use people. You're using me right now. For legitimacy, for the Morgan name, for an heir to secure your position against Julian's takeover attempt. That's the contract." "Elena, I'm not finished." Her hand dropped. "What Julian doesn't understand is that I'm using you too. For financial security, to save my family's business, to ensure I never feel trapped again. We're both getting what we need. That's not exploitation. It's negotiation." Damien stared at her. This woman who saw through him with uncomfortable clarity and somehow didn't flinch. "Then why does it bother me that you had coffee with him?" "Because you're territorial." Elena's mouth curved slightly. "Because somewhere in the past month, this stopped being just a contract for you, and that terrifies you." The accuracy of it stole his breath. He wanted to deny it, to retreat behind the armor he'd worn for years. Instead he found himself saying, "Victoria found emails. Between me and her father's chief of staff, discussing policy positions I wanted him to support. She realized I'd been courting her to gain access." He turned back to the window. "She called me a sociopath. Told me I was incapable of love. That I'd die alone surrounded by everything I'd bought and nothing I'd earned." "Were you in love with her?" "No." The admission came easily. "I told myself it didn't matter. That love was a weakness I couldn't afford. That control was more important than connection. And now," Damien closed his eyes, "now I find myself seeking your presence. Asking your opinion on things that have nothing to do with the contract. Watching you reorganize my life and feeling grateful instead of invaded." He forced himself to look at her. "Now I'm standing here jealous of my own brother because he made you laugh, and I can't remember the last time I made you laugh like that." Elena's expression shifted, surprise, then something that might have been tenderness. "Damien, I'm falling for you." The words came out stark, unadorned. "I didn't mean to. I built this entire arrangement specifically to prevent it. But you're here, and you're real, and you don't perform for me when we're alone. Just exist. And it's destroying every defense I've spent years building." Silence. Elena stared at him, her coffee forgotten on the windowsill. "Say something," Damien said finally. "I don't know what to say." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "This wasn't supposed to happen. I know. The contract. Fuck the contract." The words surprised him as much as her. "I'm not talking about legal obligations. I'm talking about the fact that I come home and the first thing I do is look for you. That I bought those earrings because I saw them and thought they'd look beautiful on you, not because it serves some strategic purpose. That I wake up at 3 in the morning thinking about kissing you again, And not because we have a public appearance scheduled. Elena's hand came up to touch one of the diamond studs, and the gesture was so unconsciously vulnerable that Damien's chest ached. "This is dangerous," she said. "I know. If we do this, if we let this become real, we can't take it back. The contract has an end date, but feelings don't have expiration clauses." "I know that too." Damien moved closer, close enough to see the gold flecks in her hazel eyes. "But I'm tired of pretending. I'm tired of treating you like an acquisition when you're the first person in years who's made me feel human." "Damien." Elena's voice cracked. "I'm scared." "Of what?" "Of this." She gestured between them. "Of wanting you and losing myself in the process. Of building something real and then having it end in 3 years because that's what the contract says. Of falling for you and discovering that Julian was right, that you're just very good at making people believe you care." The words cut deeper than any accusation. Damien reached for her hand, holding it gently. "I can't promise you forever. I can't even promise you that I won't fuck this up spectacularly. But I can promise you that what I'm feeling right now isn't performance. It's terrifying and inconvenient and completely real." Elena's fingers tightened on his. "What do we do?" "I don't know." He lifted her hand to his lips, kissing her knuckles. "But I'm tired of watching you through doorway cracks. I'm tired of keeping distance between us because a contract says we should. I'm tired of denying that I want you, not as a wife on paper, but as a person I'm choosing every day. That's not what we agreed to. Then we renegotiate." Damien pulled her closer, his free hand coming up to cup her face. "We're both lawyers' children. We know how to amend contracts." Elena's laugh was shaky. "You want to amend a marriage contract to include feelings? That's very romantic." "I'm not romantic. I'm practical." His thumb brushed her cheekbone. "And practically speaking, I'd rather acknowledge what's happening between us than pretend it doesn't exist." She leaned into his touch, her eyes closing briefly. When she opened them, they were bright with unshed tears. "I wanted to hate you. It would have been so much easier." "I know. But you're not what I expected. You're not just the ruthless billionaire who bought a wife. You're..." She stopped, searching for words. "You're someone who carries keys in his pocket like talismans. Who gives his grandmother's necklace to a woman he barely knows because he thinks it should be seen. Who reorganizes his entire schedule to have dinner with me, even though the contract doesn't require it." "Elena, I'm falling for you too." The admission came out in a rush. "And it terrifies me because I don't know how to protect myself from you. I don't know how to keep enough distance to survive the ending." Damien pulled her against him, wrapping his arms around her. She fit perfectly, her head tucked under his chin, her hands fisted in his shirt. They stood like that for a long moment, just breathing together. "Maybe we don't survive the ending," he said quietly. "Maybe we figure out how to not have one." Elena pulled back to look at him. "The contract can be dissolved, rewritten, extended." He traced the line of her jaw. "I told you, everything is negotiable, including the terms of our arrangement." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that I don't want this to end in 3 years. I'm saying that I want to try, really try, to build something real. No expiration date. No succession clause. Just us, figuring out how to be together without contracts dictating the terms." Elena's eyes searched his face, looking for the lie, the manipulation, the ulterior motive. Damien let her look. He had nothing to hide, not anymore. "I need time," she said finally. "I need to think about what this means. What it changes. Take all the time you need." He pressed a kiss to her forehead. "I'm not going anywhere." She nodded against his chest, then stepped back. Her coffee had gone cold on the windowsill. She picked it up anyway, cradling the mug like a lifeline. "I have a meeting with Sotheby's at 10, she said. "I should get ready." "Elena." Damien caught her hand. "One more thing." "Yes. Julian will try to use this. Whatever he learned from your coffee date, he'll weaponize it. Be careful what you tell him. I know. She squeezed his hand. But he's not entirely wrong about you. You do use people. The difference is I know it and I'm choosing you anyway. That's what he can't understand. She left, and Damien stood alone at the window as the sun climbed higher over Manhattan. The city was waking up. Taxis honking, delivery trucks rumbling, millions of people starting their days with the comfortable illusion that they were in control of their lives. Damien knew better. Control was a myth. The moment you let someone in, you gave them the power to destroy you. He'd built an empire on control. She was chaos in a white silk gown. And for the first time in his life, he was choosing chaos. Morgan Fine Arts, Brooklyn Heights. 2:47 p.m. Elena stood in her family's auction house and tried to remember why she'd fought so hard to save it. The building was beautiful. A converted brownstone with high ceilings and natural light that made every piece shine. Her mother had chosen this location 30 years ago, had renovated it herself, had built a reputation that made Morgan Fine Arts synonymous with integrity in a world full of forgeries and fraud. Now it felt like a mausoleum. The Rothko authentication came back clean. Her assistant, Marcus, appeared at her elbow with a tablet. Christie's is interested in co-hosting the auction. They're offering a 60-40 split. Tell them 70-30 or we go to Sotheby's. Elena scrolled through the authentication report, her mind only half engaged. And get me the provenance on the Basquiat. Something feels off about the ownership timeline. On it. Marcus hesitated. Elena, are you okay? You seem distracted. I'm fine. She handed back the tablet. Just tired. It's been a long month. I saw the photos. You and Mr. Cross look very happy. The lie sat heavy on her tongue. We are. And his brother. The one you had coffee with yesterday. Marcus's expression was carefully neutral. Page 6 made it sound complicated. It's not complicated. Julian is Damien's half-brother. We're family now. We have coffee. Elena moved toward her office. Is there anything else? No. Sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Elena softened. Marcus had been with Morgan Fine Arts for 5 years, had stayed through the financial crisis, had worked without pay for 2 months when her father couldn't make payroll. He deserved better than her irritation. I know. I'm just stressed. She managed a smile. Let's focus on the Rothko. If we can close that deal, we'll have enough capital to expand the contemporary division. Marcus nodded and left. Elena closed her office door and sank into her mother's old chair, leather worn soft with use, still faintly smelling of Catherine Morgan's perfume. Her phone buzzed. A text from Julian. Coffee was lovely. We should do it again. Dinner maybe. I have information you might find useful. Elena stared at the message. She should delete it. Should tell Damien. Should maintain the united front they'd agreed to. Instead she typed. What kind of information? The response came immediately. About Damien's previous arrangements. About what happened to the women who came before you. Dinner tonight. I'll send a car. Elena's finger hovered over the delete button. This was manipulation. Julian was trying to drive a wedge between her and Damien, trying to prove that their marriage was as transactional as every other relationship in Damien's life. But what if he was right? What if Damien's confession this morning was just another performance, another way to ensure she stayed compliant until the succession clause came due? Where and when? Type. Lou Bernardine, Manhattan. 7:30 p.m. Julian had chosen well. A restaurant expensive enough to feel special, public enough to seem innocent. He stood when Elena arrived, kissing her cheek with easy familiarity. You look beautiful, he said. Though I have to say that ring looks heavy. Damien always did prefer ostentatious displays. Elena glanced at her engagement ring. 4 carats of diamond that caught the candlelight and threw it back in sharp fragments. It was his grandmother's. Was it? Julian's eyebrow arched. Interesting. He told Victoria it was lost. refused to give her anything from the family collection. The information landed like a stone in still water. Elena sat, accepting the menu from the waiter with automatic politeness. "You said you had information," she said once they were alone. "Direct. I like that." Julian sipped his wine. "Did Damien tell you about Sarah?" "Who's Sarah?" "Sarah Chen. She was before Victoria, about 6 years ago. Brilliant architect. Designed 3 of Damien's early commercial properties." Julian leaned forward. "He courted her for 8 months. Took her to Paris, bought her gifts, made her believe she was special. Then, the moment her designs were complete and filed with the city, he ended it. Gave her a severance package and a non-disclosure agreement." Elena's stomach tightened. "That's not what? Not relevant. Not the same." Julian's smile was gentle, almost pitying. "Elena, you're smart. You know what my brother is. He collects people the way other men collect art, for what they can provide, not for who they are. He told me about Victoria, about using her for political connections. And you think that makes it better? That his honesty absolves the pattern?" Julian shook his head. "He's doing the same thing to you. He needs legitimacy and heir, the Morgan name. Once he has those things, you'll be just another Sarah, another Victoria, compensated and discarded." The waiter arrived with appetizers. Elena stared at her plate without seeing it. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "Because I like you. Because you deserve better than being another acquisition in my brother's portfolio." Julian reached across the table, covering her hand with his. "And because I think you already know I'm right. You wouldn't be here otherwise." Elena pulled her hand back. "What do you want, Julian?" "I want you to protect yourself. Get a post-nuptial agreement that's actually fair. Separate your finances. Make sure that when this ends, and it will end, you're not left with nothing but a settlement and a broken heart. And you're offering this advice out of the goodness of your heart." "I'm offering it because someone should." Julian's expression hardened. "Damien destroys people. It's what he does. I watched him destroy our father's business. Watched him push Victoria to a breakdown. Watched him systematically eliminate anyone who got in his way. I don't want to watch him destroy you too." Elena stood. The restaurant spun slightly, or maybe that was just her equilibrium failing. "Thank you for dinner. And for the warning." "Elena, I need to go." She grabbed her purse. "I need to think." She made it to the street before the tears came. Not because she believed Julian, not entirely, but because doubt had taken root, and now she couldn't stop wondering if Damien's confession this morning had been calculated, if the vulnerability had been performance, if she was just another Sarah Chen, too blinded by attraction to see the trap closing. Her phone buzzed. A text from Damien. "Where are you? We're supposed to have dinner with the Hastings at 8. Elena stared at the message. She'd forgotten completely. Another obligation, another performance, another night of pretending their marriage was real. Something came up. "Go without me." "Sorry." She sent the text and turned off her phone. Cross Penthouse. 11:43 p.m. Damien was waiting when Elena finally came home. He sat in the darkened living room, still in his dinner clothes, a tumbler of whiskey untouched on the side table. When the elevator doors opened, he stood. "Where were you?" No anger in his voice. Just exhaustion. "Out." Elena set down her purse. "I needed to think. You had dinner with Julian." "Not a question." Elena's head snapped up. "How did you?" "He texted me a photo. You and him at Le Bernardin. Very cozy." Damien pulled out his phone and held it up. The image showed Elena and Julian across a candlelit table, his hand covering hers. "It wasn't cozy. He was." Elena stopped. "He was warning me about you." "Of course he was." Damien's laugh was bitter. "What did he tell you?" "That I'm a sociopath. That I use people and discard them. That you're just another acquisition. Yes. Elena moved closer. He told me about Sarah Chen. About how you courted her for months and then ended it the moment you got what you needed. Sarah was 6 years ago. I was building my first commercial property, and I needed an architect who understood my vision. Damien's voice was flat. I was also 28 and stupid enough to think I could separate business and pleasure. I was wrong. When the project ended, so did we. I gave her a generous settlement and a reference that got her hired by the best firm in New York. And Victoria. I told you about Victoria. I used her. She found out. It ended badly. He set down his phone. I'm not proud of who I was. But I'm not that person anymore. How do I know that? The question came out raw. How do I know you're not doing the same thing to me? That this morning wasn't just another manipulation to keep me compliant. Damien crossed to her in 3 strides. His hands came up to frame her face, and his eyes were dark with something that might have been pain. You don't, he said quietly. You can't know. I can tell you I'm different, that you've changed me, that what I feel is real. But those are just words, and I've used words to manipulate before. So you have to decide, Elena. Do you trust me? Or do you trust Julian? I don't trust either of you. The words came out harsh but honest. I trust that you both want something from me. The difference is I know what you want. I don't know what Julian's endgame is. He wants to prove I'm incapable of real connection. That I'll fail at this marriage the way I've failed at every relationship. Damien's thumbs brushed her cheekbones. And maybe he's right. Maybe I will fail. But I'd rather fail trying than succeed at pretending. Elena closed her eyes. She was so tired. Tired of doubt, tired of second-guessing, tired of trying to protect herself from someone she was already falling for. I want to believe you, she whispered. Then believe me. Damien's forehead touched hers. I'm not perfect. I'm probably going to fuck this up in 100 different ways. But I'm here and I'm trying and I'm asking you to try with me. What if it's not enough? Elena opened her eyes. What if we try and fail anyway? What if the contract was right, and feelings just complicate things until they destroy them? Then we'll fail together. His mouth curved slightly. But at least we'll fail honestly. Elena's laugh was shaky. That's a terrible sales pitch. I'm not selling. I'm offering. Damien pulled back enough to meet her eyes. Stay with me. Not because of the contract, not because of the money, but because you want to. Because you're willing to risk the failure to see if we can make this real. The offer hung between them, terrifying and tempting in equal measure. Elena thought about her mother's painting, about dissolution and honesty and the courage it took to show the truth. She thought about the past month, about small kindnesses and unexpected laughter and the way Damien looked at her when he thought she wasn't watching. She thought about the alternative. 3 years of careful distance, of protecting herself so thoroughly that she emerged intact but alone. I'm scared, she admitted. So am I. Damien's hands slid down to her shoulders. But I'd rather be scared with you than safe without you. Elena searched his face, looking for the lie, the manipulation, the trap. All she saw was exhaustion and hope and something that looked dangerously like love. Okay, she said finally. Okay. We try. We renegotiate. We figure out how to do this without the contract dictating every move. Okay. Damien's smile was small but genuine. We start tomorrow. New terms. New rules. What rules? Honesty. Even when it's uncomfortable. Especially when it's uncomfortable. He pulled her closer. And no more secret dinners with Julian unless I know about them first. That's fair. Elena's hands came up to rest on his chest. And you stop watching me sleep through doorway cracks. It's creepy. Damien had the grace to look embarrassed. You knew about that. I'm a light sleeper. She smiled despite everything. And you're not as subtle as you think. Noted. He kissed her forehead, then her temple, then the corner of her mouth. Anything else? Yes. Elena tilted her head up. Kiss me properly. Not because we have an audience, not because it's part of the performance. Because you want to. I always want to. Damien's mouth found hers, and this kiss was different from the one in the gallery. Slower, deeper, full of promise instead of desperation. Elena sank into it, her hands fisting in his shirt, and let herself stop thinking about contracts and consequences. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Damien rested his forehead against hers. I meant what I said this morning, he murmured. I'm falling for you. Past tense, present tense, probably future tense too. That's grammatically questionable. I'm a businessman, not a writer. He smiled against her mouth. But the sentiment stands. Elena pulled back enough to look at him. This man who'd bought her future and was now offering to build one together. I'm falling for you too. It's inconvenient and terrifying and probably a terrible idea. The best ideas usually are. Damien's hands slid down to her waist. Stay with me tonight. Not in the guest wing. Here. The invitation was clear. So was the choice. Elena could retreat to safety, maintain the distance, protect herself from the inevitable hurt. Or she could step forward into uncertainty and see where it led. She thought about her mother's words. Art is about making meaning from chaos. Maybe love was too. Okay, Elena said. But if we're doing this, we're doing it right. No more separate bedrooms. No more careful distance. If we're going to fail, let's fail spectacularly. Damien's laugh was surprised and genuine. I can work with that. He took her hand and led her toward his bedroom. Their bedroom now, if they were renegotiating terms. The space was as austere as the rest of the penthouse, all dark wood and clean lines, but Elena could already imagine how to make it theirs. Photographs on the dresser, books on the nightstand, small touches that transformed a room into a home. I've never done this before, Damien admitted as he closed the door behind them. Had sex. Elena's eyebrow arched. Been in a real relationship. One without an expiration date or an ulterior motive. He loosened his tie, suddenly looking vulnerable. I don't know how to do this without contracts and contingencies. Elena crossed to him, taking the tie from his hands and finishing the job. Neither do I. My last relationship ended 3 years ago when I caught him selling Morgan client lists to a competitor. I've been allergic to trust ever since. We're quite a pair. We are. She slid the tie free and dropped it on the floor. But maybe that's okay. Maybe we figure it out together. Damien's hands came up to cup her face. No more walls. No more walls, Elena agreed. Starting now. He kissed her then, deep and slow and full of promise. Elena let herself sink into it, let herself stop thinking about consequences and contracts and all the ways this could go wrong. For tonight she chose chaos. He chose risk. He chose him. And if they failed spectacularly, at least they'd fail honestly. Together. And you've accumulated 17,000 in new gambling debts since the contract was signed. The casino is prepared to file a lien. Elena's hand tightened on the banister. That's impossible. I haven't. Her father stopped. That was one night. One poker game. They said the debt was forgiven as a courtesy. They said it was deferred pending your daughter's marriage settlement. Now that the marriage is public, they want payment. Papers rustled. You have 30 days or they file with the court. The estate will be attached. Elena descended the stairs, her heels clicking against marble. Both men turned. Her father looked worse than he had at the contract signing. Thinner, grayer. His suit hanging loose on a frame that had once been solid. The other man was younger, mid-30s, expensive suit and sympathetic expression. A lawyer, probably. The kind who specialized in extracting payment from desperate men. Elena. Her father's face flooded with relief and shame in equal measure. I didn't know you were coming. I'm retrieving Mom's jewelry. She looked at the lawyer. And you are? Martin Voss. I represent the Bellagio Casino Group. He extended a card. I was just explaining to your father. I heard. Elena took the card without looking at it. My father's debts were cleared as part of my marriage contract. All of them. Business debts, yes. This is a personal obligation, incurred after the contract was executed. Voss pulled out a folder. $17,000 in markers from a private poker game 3 weeks ago. Your father signed for them. Elena turned to her father. You promised. You said you were done. It was one game. Damien Cross invited me, said it was a friendly table, just networking. Richard's voice cracked. I was going to win it back. I had a good hand. You always have a good hand. Elena's voice was flat. Until you don't. She pulled out her phone and dialed Damien. He answered on the second ring. Elena. Is everything all right? No. She moved toward the study, away from the lawyer's careful attention. I'm at the estate. There's a situation. She explained quickly. The new debts, the casino, the 30-day deadline. Damien listened without interrupting. I'll be there in 20 minutes, he said when she finished. Don't sign anything. I won't. Elena. His voice softened. Are you okay? No. The admission came easier than it should have. But I will be. She ended the call and returned to the foyer. Voss was making notes on a tablet. Her father had collapsed into a chair by the window, his head in his hands. Mr. Cross will be here shortly, Elena said. We'll discuss payment options then. Of course. Voss's smile was professionally sympathetic. Though I should mention, the casino prefers to avoid legal action. If we can reach an agreement today, they're willing to waive the interest. How generous! Elena's voice could have cut glass. You can wait in the study. My father and I need to talk. Voss retreated with his tablet. Elena waited until the study door closed before turning to her father. Julian set you up. Not a question. Richard looked up, his eyes red-rimmed. He invited me to a game. Said it was business contacts, people I should know. I thought. He stopped. I thought I was networking. Building connections for the auction house. And when did the friendly networking become 17,000 in debt? It happened fast. The stakes kept climbing. I should have walked away, but... His hands shook as he ran them through his hair. I had a full house, Elena. Kings over tens. The pot was 40,000. I could have paid off the markers and had money left over. Let me guess. Someone had 4 of a kind. Richard nodded miserably. Julian. He showed his cards and smiled at me like he knew exactly what he was doing. Elena's jaw tightened. This was calculated. Julian had identified her father's weakness and exploited it, creating leverage that could destabilize her marriage to Damien. New debts meant new vulnerabilities. It meant the contract's protections were incomplete. It meant Damien would have to choose between protecting her father or protecting himself. It was elegant, really. Vicious but elegant. Why didn't you tell me? Lena asked. Because you'd already sacrificed everything for my mistakes. I thought I could fix it myself. Richard stood, moving to the window. I thought if I could just win one more hand. There's never one more hand, Dad. There's always another game, another bet, another chance to lose everything. Elena's voice broke. Mom knew that. It's why she made me promise to protect the business from you. Your mother, Richard's voice cracked. She would be so ashamed of me. She'd be heartbroken. Elena moved to stand beside him. Outside, the garden was overgrown, the spring flowers her mother had planted struggling through weeds. But she'd also tell you it's not too late to stop, to get help, to be the man she fell in love with. I don't know how to be that man anymore. Then learn. Elena touched his shoulder. Start by letting Damien help us fix this. And then please, Dad, get help. Real help. Not promises, not good intentions. Actual treatment. Before Richard could respond, the doorbell rang. Elena opened it to find Damien on the front step, still in his weekend clothes, dark jeans and a charcoal sweater that made his eyes look almost black. He took one look at her face and pulled her into a brief, fierce hug. "Where's the lawyer?" he asked against her hair. "Study. Your father. Living room." "Damien," she pulled back. Julian set him up. This was deliberate. Something dangerous flickered in Damien's expression. "I know. I'll handle it." He kissed her forehead. "Let me talk to Voss first." Elena led him to the study. Voss stood when they entered, his professional smile firmly in place. "Mr. Cross, thank you for coming. Show me the documentation." Damien's voice was all business. Voss handed over the folder. Damien read through it quickly, his expression unreadable. Elena watched him work, the slight tightening around his eyes when he reached the signature page, the way his jaw clenched when he saw Julian's name listed as the game's organizer. "This is a private game, not a casino debt," Damien said finally. The game was held in the Bellagio's private suite. The casino guaranteed the markers. Under what authority? Mr. Morgan signed a credit agreement when he entered the game. Voss pulled out another document. Standard procedure for high-stakes private tables. Damien read the credit agreement, and Elena saw the moment he found what he was looking for. His mouth curved slightly. Not a smile, something sharper. This agreement requires the casino to verify the player's creditworthiness before extending markers. He looked up. "Did you verify Richard Morgan's financial status?" "Oui." Voss hesitated. The game organizer vouched for all players. The game organizer being Julian Cross, my half-brother, who has a vested interest in destabilizing my business relationships. Damien set down the papers. "This isn't a legitimate debt. It's fraud. And if you attempt to file a lien, I'll have my lawyers bury the Bellagio in litigation for the next 5 years. Voss's professional smile faltered. "Mr. Cross, I'm sure we can reach an accommodation." "Here's my accommodation. You go back to your casino and tell them the debt is void. In exchange, I won't file a complaint with the Nevada Gaming Commission about their failure to follow proper credit verification procedures." Damien's voice was cold. "And you tell Julian that if he wants to come after me, he should do it directly instead of using my father-in-law as a proxy." I don't care what you think." Damien pulled out his phone. "I'm calling my lawyers now. You have 5 minutes to leave this property before I have you removed for attempted extortion." Voss gathered his papers with shaking hands. "The casino will want to discuss. They can discuss it with my legal team. Elena, show Mr. Voss out." Elena led the lawyer to the front door. He paused on the threshold, his professional mask cracking. "For what it's worth," he said quietly, "I'm sorry. I didn't realize this was a setup. Julian Cross told us this was a standard collection. Now you know better." Elena closed the door before he could respond. She returned to the study to find Damien on the phone. His voice clipped and efficient as he outlined the situation to his lawyers. When he hung up, he looked at her. "It's handled. The casino won't file. Julian's going to have some very uncomfortable questions to answer about his involvement in fraudulent gambling debts." "Thank you." Elena moved into his arms, suddenly exhausted. "I'm sorry. I should have known my father would." "This isn't your fault." Damien's hand stroked her hair. "Julian's escalating. He's trying to find leverage, trying to prove our marriage is as transactional as he claims. By destroying my father in the process. By destroying anything he thinks I value." Damien pulled back to look at her. "Which includes you. We need to be more careful." Elena nodded against his chest. Through the study door, she could hear her father pacing in the living room, his footsteps heavy with shame and relief. "I need to talk to him," she said. "I'll wait here." Elena found her father standing at the window, staring out at the garden. He turned when she entered, and the expression on his face was so raw that she had to look away. "Damien fixed it," she said. "The debt's void. The casino won't file. Richard's knees seemed to give out. He sat heavily in the nearest chair. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve either of you. No, you don't. Elena sat across from him. But Mom loved you and I love you, and that means we keep trying. Even when you make it incredibly difficult. I'll get help. Real help, like you said. Richard's hands twisted together. There's a treatment program, residential 90 days. I've been looking at it for months, but I was too proud to admit I needed it. Pride is expensive. Treatment is cheaper. Elena leaned forward. Dad, I need you to understand something. This is the last time. If you gamble again, if you accumulate any more debts, I can't protect you. The contract has limits. And Damien's generosity has limits. Eventually, you'll have to face the consequences alone. I know. Richard met her eyes. I'm going to do better. I'm going to be the father you deserve, the husband your mother deserved. Even if it's 20 years too late. It's not too late. Elena's voice softened. But you have to actually do it. Not promise it, not intend it. Do it. I will. He stood, moving toward the desk. There's something else. Something you need to know. He pulled out a manila envelope and handed it to her. Elena opened it to find legal documents. A deed transfer, notarized and dated 3 days ago. What is this? I'm signing the estate over to you. Effective immediately. Richard's voice was steady. It should have been yours anyway after your mother died. But I was selfish and I thought I could hold on to it and... He stopped. It's yours now. The house, the property, everything. It can't be touched by my debts because it won't be mine anymore. Elena stared at the documents. The estate. The house where she'd grown up, where her mother had died, where 4 generations of Morgans had built their lives. It was worth millions, even in its current neglected state. Dad, I can't. You can. You should. Richard touched her shoulder. Your mother would want you to have it. She'd want it protected from my stupidity. Please, Elena. Let me do this one thing right. Elena looked at the deed transfer, then at her father's face. Older, worn, but determined in a way she hadn't seen in years. Okay, she said finally. But on one condition. You go to that treatment program. You stay the full 90 days. And when you come out, we renovate this place together. Make it a home again instead of a museum. Richard's eyes filled. Deal. They stood there for a moment, the deed transfer between them, and Elena felt something shift. Not forgiveness, that would take time. But maybe the beginning of it. Maybe the first step toward rebuilding what her father had broken. Damien appeared in the doorway. Elena. We should go. I have some calls to make about Julian. Elena nodded. She turned to her father. Call the treatment program. Today. And send me the details so I know you actually did it. I will. Richard pulled her into a hug. Brief, awkward but genuine. Thank you. Both of you. Cross Penthouse, Manhattan. 2:47 p.m. The drive back to Manhattan was silent. Damien's hands were tight on the steering wheel. His jaw set in a way that suggested he was having a very intense internal conversation. Elena watched the city stream past. Brooklyn giving way to Manhattan, brownstones replaced by towers, the landscape of her old life dissolving into her new one. Talk to me, she said finally. I'm going to destroy him. Damien's voice was flat. Julian. I'm going to take everything he has and make sure he never threatens you or your family again. Damien. He set up your father. He deliberately created a situation designed to destabilize our marriage, to prove that I can't protect the people He stopped. That I care about. That's not business. That's personal. And I handle personal threats very differently than business ones. Elena reached over, covering his hand on the wheel. What are you planning? He's been buying up shares in Cross Enterprises through shell companies. I've been tracking it for months, letting him think he's being clever. Damien's smile was cold. But I own 51%. He'd need at least 30% to force a board vote, and he's only at 23. So I'm going to buy out his position. All of it. At a loss if necessary. And then I'm going to make sure every business contact he has knows exactly what he did to your father. That's ruthless. Vindictive. Exactly the kind of thing he'd expect from me. Damien pulled into the Cross Tower garage. Yes, it is. But he threatened my family, Elena. He used your father's addiction against him to get to me. That's not a business move, that's war. The car stopped. Damien killed the engine but didn't move. I spent my whole life trying not to become my father, he said quietly. Trying not to be the man who gambles everything away, who destroys the people who love him through weakness and addiction. But I'm realizing I became something worse. I became someone who destroys people through strength and calculation. You're not destroying anyone. You're protecting your family. By threatening to ruin my brother. Damien's laugh was bitter. That's exactly what my father would have done. Scorched earth, no mercy. Take everything and leave nothing but ashes. Elena unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to face him fully. Your father destroyed himself through weakness. You're protecting the people you love through strength. Those aren't the same thing. Aren't they? He finally looked at her. How many people have I hurt building this empire? How many Sarahs and Victorias are out there? Casualties of my ambition. I don't know. But I know you're not that person anymore. Elena cupped his face. You could have let my father drown in those debts. You could have used it as leverage to renegotiate our contract, to get more favorable terms. Instead, you drove to Brooklyn on a Saturday morning and threatened a casino lawyer to protect a man who's done nothing but create problems for you. He's your father. Exactly. You did it for me not because it served some strategic purpose. That's not the behavior of a sociopath, Damien. That's the behavior of someone who's learning how to care. Damien closed his eyes, leaning into her touch. I don't know how to do this. How to be ruthless in business and human in my personal life. How to draw those lines. Neither do I. But we're figuring it out together. Elena pressed her forehead to his. And for what it's worth, I think you should buy out Julian's position. Not because it's vindictive, but because he's actively trying to hurt us. That's not family, that's an enemy. And you don't negotiate with enemies. When did you become so bloodthirsty? When someone threatened my family. She pulled back to look at him. My father's a mess, but he's my mess. And you? She stopped, the words catching in her throat. I'm what? You're mine too. The admission came out quieter than she'd intended. Not because of the contract, not because of the marriage. Because I'm choosing you. Every day I'm choosing you. And that means I'm going to protect you the same way you protect me. Damien's expression shifted, surprise, then something that looked dangerously like love. Elena, don't. She pressed her fingers to his lips. Don't say anything you can't take back. Not yet. Not until we're sure this is real and not just. It's real. He caught her hand, kissing her palm. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. You're real. This is real. And I'm done pretending otherwise. He kissed her then, deep and desperate, and Elena let herself fall into it. They were still in the garage, still visible to any security camera, but she didn't care. Let them see. Let the whole world see that this marriage was becoming something neither of them had planned for. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Damien rested his forehead against hers. Come upstairs, he said. We'll order food, open wine, and figure out how to destroy my brother without destroying ourselves in the process. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me. I'm working on it. He smiled against her mouth. Give me time. I'm new at this. So am I. Elena kissed him again, softer this time. But I like who we're becoming. They took the elevator up to the penthouse, hands linked, and Elena felt something settle in her chest. Not peace, there was too much chaos ahead for peace. But certainty maybe. The knowledge that whatever came next, They'd face it together. The penthouse was exactly as they'd left it that morning. Coffee cups in the sink, Damien's jacket thrown over a chair, Elena's book open on the couch. Small signs of cohabitation, of lives beginning to intertwine. Damien went straight to his office. Elena followed, watching as he pulled up files on his computer. Shell companies, stock purchases, a web of financial transactions that told the story of Julian's attempted takeover. "He's been at this for 18 months, Damien said, scrolling through data. "Since before we met. He knew I'd eventually need to marry for legitimacy, and he's been positioning himself to exploit it. How? By making sure any woman I chose would be vulnerable to pressure. He cultivated relationships with the families I was likely to target, the Hastings, the Morgans, the Chens. He befriended your father months ago, learned about his gambling problem, waited for the perfect moment to exploit it." Elena felt cold. "He's been planning this since before the contract was signed." "Yes." Damien pulled up another file. Photographs of Julian with various people, including her father. "He's systematic, patient. Everything I am, but without the ethics." "You have ethics." "Occasionally." Damien's smile was grim. "When it suits me." Elena moved behind his chair, reading over his shoulder. The data was damning. Julian had been building a case against Damien for over a year, collecting evidence of every ruthless business deal, every woman he'd used, every bridge he'd burned. "He's going to go public with this," she said. "Probably. Once he has enough shares to force a board vote, he'll release everything. Frame me as an unfit CEO, argue that the company needs new leadership." Damien leaned back in his chair. "It's actually a decent strategy. If I weren't aware of it. So what do? We beat him to it." Damien spun the chair to face her. "I'm going to call a press conference. Monday morning. I'm going to announce that Cross Enterprises is restructuring, that I'm stepping back from day-to-day operations to focus on strategic growth and philanthropy. I'll install a new CEO, someone with an impeccable reputation, someone Julian can't attack." "Who?" "Richard Hastings. He's been on my board for years, he's respected in the industry, and he's been pushing me to take a less active role anyway." Damien stood pacing. "Julian won't see it coming. He's been building a case against me personally, but if I'm not the CEO, his leverage evaporates." "And what will you do?" "Focus on acquisitions and long-term strategy. The parts of the business I actually enjoy." He stopped pacing. "And focus on us. On building something that isn't just a contract." Elena studied him. "You're really going to step back? Give up control?" "I'm going to delegate control. There's a difference." Damien moved closer. "I built Cross Enterprises to prove I wasn't my father, to show that I could create something permanent. But somewhere along the way, it became a cage. I thought if I controlled everything I'd be safe. But you can't control your way to happiness, Elena. You can only control your way to isolation." "That's very profound. I've been thinking about it a lot." He pulled her against him. "Especially at 3 in the morning when I can't sleep because I'm too busy trying to figure out how to be a better person for you." Elena wrapped her arms around his waist. "You don't have to be better. You just have to be honest." Then honestly, "I'm terrified. Of failing you, of becoming my father, of losing everything I've built because I dared to want something beyond control." His voice dropped. "But I'm more terrified of the alternative. Of living the next 50 years alone because I was too afraid to risk it." Elena pulled back to look at him. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that I don't want this marriage to end in 3 years. I'm saying that I want to renegotiate the contract, not to extend it but to dissolve it. To start over without clauses and contingencies and succession requirements." He cupped her face. "I'm saying that I want to marry you again, Elena. For real this time. No contracts, no conditions. Just us, choosing each other every day." The words hung between them, terrifying and exhilarating. Elena's heart hammered against her ribs. We've been married for 5 weeks, she said. I know. Most people date for years before making that kind of commitment. We're not most people. Damien's thumb brushed her cheekbone. And I've spent the last 5 weeks learning who you are when you're not performing. I know you drink your coffee black in the morning and with cream in the afternoon. I know you talk to paintings when you think no one's listening. I know you're terrified of failing your mother's legacy but too proud to admit it. I know you cry at sentimental commercials and pretend you have allergies. I do have allergies. You have feelings. And you're learning to let me see them. He kissed her forehead. I don't need years to know I want this. I just need you to want it too. Elena closed her eyes. Every rational part of her brain was screaming that this was too fast, too risky, too much like the fairy tale she'd stopped believing in years ago. But her heart, her stupid, hopeful heart, was saying something different. Ask me again in 6 months, she said finally. After we've survived whatever Julian's planning, after my father's out of treatment, after we've had time to be sure this isn't just adrenaline, proximity, convenience. Damien smiled. I'll ask you every day for the next 6 months if that's what it takes. That's excessive. I'm an excessive person. He kissed her soft and sweet. But I'll wait. For you I'll wait. They stood there in his office, wrapped around each other, and Elena let herself imagine it. A real marriage, built on choice instead of contract. A life together that extended beyond 3 years and a succession clause. Children born from love instead of obligation. It was terrifying. It was everything she'd thought she'd given up when she signed those 43 pages. Okay, she said against his chest. Ask me in 6 months. And maybe I'll say yes. Maybe. Probably. She pulled back to look at him. But you have to survive the next 6 months first. Which means handling Julian, stepping back from the company, and proving you can actually delegate control without having a nervous breakdown. I can do that. Can you? Elena's eyebrow arched. Because I've seen you reorganize the kitchen 3 times because the housekeeper put the spices in the wrong order. The spices have an optimal arrangement based on frequency of use. He stopped at her expression. Point taken. I'll work on it. Good. She kissed him. Now order food. I'm starving and we have a press conference to plan. Cross Penthouse. 11:34 p.m. They ate Thai food on the couch, Elena's feet in Damien's lap while they watched him draft his press release. It was strange, this domesticity, comfortable in a way that felt both foreign and inevitable. Read it back to me, Damien said, his laptop balanced on his knees. Elena picked up his tablet. Cross Enterprises announces leadership transition. Damien Cross to step back from CEO role. Focus on strategic growth and philanthropic initiatives. Richard Hastings assumes CEO position effective immediately. He scrolled down. It's good. Professional. Doesn't give Julian any ammunition. And it positions me as evolving, not retreating. Damien made a note. The board will support it. Hastings has been angling for more responsibility for years. What about Julian? He'll know you're doing this because of him. Let him know. Damien's voice was cold. Let him realize that I'm always 3 moves ahead. That every time he thinks he's found leverage, I've already neutralized it. Elena set down the tablet. You're enjoying this. I'm enjoying protecting you. He pulled her closer. There's a difference. Is there? She studied his face. Because you look like you're about to wage war. I am waging war. But this time I'm fighting for something that matters instead of just fighting to win. Damien's hand traced patterns on her ankle. Does that bother you? No. Elena considered. It should maybe. But I grew up watching my mother navigate the art world. All those polite smiles hiding vicious competition. I understand that sometimes you have to fight dirty to protect what you love. What you love. Damien repeated the words quietly. Do you love this? Us. Elena's breath caught. They'd been dancing around the word for weeks, acknowledging feelings without naming them. But here it was stark and unavoidable. "I'm getting there," she admitted. "It's terrifying and inconvenient and nothing like I expected. But yes, I think I'm falling in love with you." Damien's expression transformed, the careful control dissolving into something raw and hopeful. "Elena, don't." She pressed her fingers to his lips. "Don't say it back yet. Not until we're through this. Not until we're sure." "I'm sure." "Then prove it." She pulled her hand away. "Survive the next 6 months. Handle Julian. Step back from the company without imploding. Show me that you can build a life instead of just an empire. And then ask me to marry you again. And maybe, probably, I'll say yes." Damien pulled her into his lap, the laptop sliding forgotten to the floor. "You're the most infuriating woman I've ever met." "Good. You need someone to keep you honest." Elena wrapped her arms around his neck. "Now stop planning corporate warfare and come to bed. We have a big week ahead." "Bossy. You like it." "I really do." He stood, lifting her with him. "Have I mentioned that you're completely transforming my life?" "Once or twice." Elena kissed him as he carried her toward their bedroom. "But feel free to mention it again." They fell into bed together, and for the first time in weeks, Elena didn't think about contracts or clauses or contingencies. She just thought about the man beside her, flawed and complicated and trying so hard to be better than his worst instincts. And she thought about the future they were building, one honest moment at a time. Outside the windows, Manhattan glittered in the darkness, 1,000 stories unfolding in 1,000 lit windows. Somewhere out there, Julian was plotting his next move. Somewhere, her father was hopefully calling treatment programs. Somewhere, the world kept spinning with all its chaos and complication. But here, in this room, in this bed, Elena let herself believe in something simpler. She let herself believe in them. "Damien," she whispered into the darkness. Thank you. For today. For protecting my father even though he didn't deserve it. He's family." Damien's arm tightened around her. "And you love him. That's enough." Elena turned in his arms, pressing her face against his chest. "Ask me." "What?" "Ask me the question. The one you want to ask." Damien went still. "Elena, I know it's too soon. I know we said 6 months. But ask me anyway. Let me hear how it sounds." In the darkness, she felt him shift, his hand coming up to cup her face. "Elena Morgan," he said quietly, "will you marry me? Not because of a contract, not because of debt or obligation or succession clauses, but because I love you, and I want to build a life with you that's real and messy and nothing like either of us planned." Elena's breath caught. "That's a terrible proposal. You didn't even mention the ring." "I haven't bought one yet. I was waiting for the 6 months. Always so practical." She kissed him. "Ask me again in 6 months. With a ring this time. And a better speech. I'll work on it." Damien pulled her closer. "But for the record, what would you say if I asked right now?" Elena smiled against his mouth. "Ask me in 6 months and find out." Tease. "You love it." "I love you." The words came out rough, unpolished, completely honest. "God help me, I love you." Elena's eyes filled. "I love you too. Even though you're impossible and controlling and have terrible taste in kitchen organization. The spices are perfectly organized." She kissed him to shut him up, and they fell into each other. And for a little while, the world outside ceased to matter. They'd survived the breach. They'd face whatever came next. Together. We didn't make it to the bedroom. We didn't need to. Chapter 6. The Consequence. Cross Penthouse, Manhattan. Sunday morning, 6:42 a.m. Damien woke to sunlight and the realization that Elena wasn't beside him. The sheets were cool where she'd been, the indentation of her head still visible on the pillow. He reached for his phone. No messages, no note, and felt the first tendril of unease curl through his chest. Then he heard it, the quiet scrape of a chair from the dining room, the rustle of paper. He found her at the table, still in his shirt from last night, surrounded by documents. Her hair was pulled back messily, and she had that focused expression she wore when cataloging art. Intense, analytical, looking for flaws. "Morning," he said from the doorway. Elena looked up, and something in her face made his stomach drop. Not anger. Worse, distance. "We need to talk." She gestured to the chair across from her. "Sit." Damien sat. On the table between them, the original marriage contract, a legal pad covered in her handwriting, and a folder he didn't recognize. "What's this?" he asked. "Reality." Elena pushed the folder toward him. "I couldn't sleep, so I started going through the contract again. Really reading it this time, not just the major clauses." She tapped page 37. "Did you know there's a provision that gives you sole custody of any children if we divorce before the 5-year mark?" Damien's jaw tightened. "That's standard in these arrangements." "Standard?" Her voice was sharp. "You told me we'd negotiate custody. You said I'd have full custody if I wanted it. But according to this, you retain all parental rights unless I can prove cause for modification." "Elena, I'm not finished." She flipped to another page. "There's also a clause that requires me to sign a non-disclosure agreement if the marriage ends. I can't discuss the terms of our arrangement, can't write about it, can't even tell a therapist without your written permission." She looked up. "Did you think I wouldn't notice? Or did you just assume I'd be so grateful for the financial rescue that I wouldn't care?" Damien felt the walls closing in. "Those clauses were my lawyer's additions. Standard protection. For you. Not for me." Elena stood pacing. "I've been lying here next to you, telling myself we're building something real. That you've changed. That this is different from Victoria and Sarah and all the other women you've used. But the contract tells a different story, doesn't it? That contract was written before I knew you." Damien stood too. "Before any of this became real. We can amend it. Can we?" She turned to face him. "Or will your lawyers find another loophole, another way to protect your interests while leaving me vulnerable? That's not fair. Isn't it?" Elena's voice cracked. "Last night you told me you loved me. You asked me to marry you again, for real this time. And I believed you. I let myself believe that maybe we could build something that wasn't just a transaction." She gestured at the contract. "But this is who you are, Damien. Someone who plans for the ending before the beginning even starts. Someone who makes sure he can't lose, no matter what." The accusation landed like a physical blow. Damien wanted to defend himself, to explain that the contract had been written by lawyers trained to protect him from every possible outcome. But Elena wasn't wrong. He had approved every clause. He had signed off on provisions designed to ensure that even if everything fell apart, he'd retain control. "You're right," he said quietly. Elena blinked. "What?" "You're right. I built escape hatches into our marriage before it even started. I made sure that no matter what happened, I'd have leverage." He moved closer but didn't touch her. "Because that's what I do. I calculate risk and minimize exposure and make sure I can't be destroyed by caring about someone. That's not love, Damien. That's insurance." "I know." The admission tasted bitter. "And I don't know how to do it differently. I don't know how to be vulnerable without building safety nets. I don't know how to trust that you won't leave, won't use what you know against me, won't." He stopped. "Won't what?" "Won't prove Julian right. That I'm incapable of real intimacy. That every relationship I have is just another acquisition with an exit strategy." Elena's expression softened slightly. "Is that what you think I'll do?" "I don't know what to think anymore." Damien ran his hand through his hair. "A month ago this was simple. Contract, clear terms, no emotional complications. Now you're everywhere. In my home, in my head, in my goddamn chest every time you smile at me. And it terrifies me, because I don't have a contingency plan for falling in love. So you kept the contract as a backup." Elena's voice was quieter now. "In case I turned out to be another Victoria." "Yes. No point in lying." I'm sorry. I should have told you about those clauses. I should have. You should have trusted me. She picked up the contract. This document says you don't. It says that even while you're telling me you love me, you're planning for the day I betray you. Elena, I need some space. She moved toward the hallway. I'm going to my wing. Don't follow me. How long? She stopped, her back to him. I don't know. Until I figure out if this is something we can actually fix, or if we're just delaying the inevitable. The door to her wing closed with a soft click that felt louder than any slam. Damien stood alone in the dining room, surrounded by the evidence of his own cowardice. The contract stared up at him from the table. 43 pages of carefully constructed distance, proof that he'd never really believed this could work. He picked up his phone and called his lawyer. I need you to draft an amendment, he said when she answered. To my marriage contract. I want every protective clause removed. Custody provisions, NDA requirements, all of it. Make it equal. Make it fair. Damien, I strongly advise against. I'm not asking for advice. I'm giving you instructions. He looked at Elena's closed door. And I need it by Monday morning. He hung up and sat back down at the table, staring at the contract that had seemed so necessary 5 weeks ago. Control was a myth. The moment you let someone in, you gave them the power to destroy you. He'd built an empire on control. She was chaos in a white silk gown. And he'd just lost her because he'd been too afraid to let go. Cross penthouse, guest wing. 10:23 a.m. Elena sat on her grandmother's bed and tried not to cry. She'd been so stupid, so naive, letting herself believe that Damien had actually changed, that his confession of love had been real instead of just another manipulation to keep her compliant. Her phone buzzed. A text from Julian. Heard there was some excitement at your father's place yesterday. Coffee later. Think we should talk. Elena stared at the message. She should ignore it. Should tell Damien. Should maintain the united front they'd agreed to. Instead she typed. Where and when? The response came immediately. My place. Noon. I'll send a car. Elena deleted the message thread and stood. She needed answers, and Damien clearly wasn't capable of providing them. Maybe Julian could help her see clearly, help her understand if she was making the biggest mistake of her life by staying. She showered and dressed in armor. Black pants, white blouse, her mother's pearls. Professional. Untouchable. The mask she'd worn before Damien had convinced her it was safe to take it off. When she emerged from her wing, the penthouse was empty. A note on the kitchen counter in Damien's sharp handwriting. Meeting with lawyers. Back by 3. We need to talk. E. Elena crumpled the note and threw it away. Julian Cross's apartment, Upper East Side. 12:07 p.m. Julian's apartment was everything Damien's wasn't. Warm, lived in, full of art and books and comfortable furniture that invited you to stay. He greeted Elena at the door with a hug that felt genuine. Thank you for coming, he said. I wasn't sure you would. I almost didn't. Elena followed him into a living room with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Central Park. But I need to understand something, and I think you're the only person who'll be honest with me. I'll try. Julian poured coffee from a French press. What do you want to know? Is he capable of it? Real love, without contracts and contingencies and exit strategies. Elena accepted the coffee. Or is this just what he does? Makes women believe they're special until he gets what he needs. Julian was quiet for a long moment. That's a complicated question. I need a simple answer. Then no. Julian met her eyes. I don't think Damien knows how to love without controlling. I don't think he's capable of vulnerability without building safety nets. And I think the longer you stay, the more you'll lose yourself trying to change him. The words confirmed her worst fears. Elena set down her coffee, her hands shaking. I found clauses in the contract, she said. Provisions that give him all the power if things end. Custody of any children, NDA requirements, financial penalties if I discuss our arrangement. That sounds like Damien. Julian's voice was gentle. He's been burned before. Victoria destroyed him publicly when she found out he was using her. He swore he'd never let anyone have that kind of power over him again. So he made sure I'd never have power at all. Exactly. Julian moved to sit beside her on the couch. Elena, I know you care about him. Can see it. But caring about Damien is like caring about a beautiful predator. You might admire it, you might even love it, but eventually it will hurt you. It's not malicious. It's just its nature. Elena closed her eyes. What should I do? Protect yourself. Get your own lawyer to review the contract. Make sure you have resources that Damien can't touch. And start thinking about your exit strategy, because this marriage has an expiration date whether you want to acknowledge it or not. He asked me to marry him again. For real this time. Julian's eyebrows rose. What did you say? I told him to ask me in 6 months. After we'd survived whatever you're planning, after my father's out of treatment, after we'd had time to be sure. And now I'm wondering if 6 months will just give him more time to find new ways to trap me. Elena opened her eyes. He says he loves me. But love doesn't come with custody clauses and non-disclosure agreements. No, Julian agreed. It doesn't. They sat in silence for a moment. Through the windows, Central Park spread out below. Joggers and tourists and people living their uncomplicated lives. Can I show you something? Julian stood and moved to a desk in the corner. He returned with a folder. These are the contracts Damien signed with his previous arrangements. Sarah Chen, Victoria Hastings. 2 others you probably don't know about. Elena took the folder with numb fingers. Inside, 4 contracts, each one similar to hers. Custody provisions. Financial penalties for disclosure. He does this to everyone, Julian said quietly. It's not personal, Elena. It's just who he is. Elena flipped through the contracts, feeling sick. Every woman before her had signed the same terms, agreed to the same constraints. She wasn't special. She was just the latest acquisition in Damien's collection. Thank you, she said finally, for showing me this, for being honest. I wish I didn't have to be. Julian touched her shoulder. You deserve better than this. Better than him. Elena stood, gathering her things. I should go. I need to think. Elena. Julian walked her to the door. Whatever you decide, I'm here. As a friend if nothing else. You don't have to face this alone. She nodded and left, the folder tucked under her arm like evidence in a trial. Cross Penthouse. 2:47 p.m. Damien was waiting when Elena returned. He stood at the window in his office, and when he turned, she saw the exhaustion in his face. A defeat. I had my lawyers draft an amendment, he said without preamble. It removes every protective clause. Equal custody provisions, no NDA requirements, no financial penalties. I'm having it notarized tomorrow, and then it's yours to review with your own legal counsel. Elena set down her bag. Why? Because you were right. The contract was insurance against caring about you. Against letting you have the power to hurt me. He moved closer. But I've been thinking about what you said. That love doesn't come with escape hatches. And you're right. It doesn't. Damien. I'm not finished. He pulled a small box from his pocket and opened it. Inside, a ring, simple and elegant, a single diamond on a platinum band. I bought this morning, after you closed your door. After I realized I'd fucked up so badly that I might lose you. Elena stared at the ring. It was beautiful. It was also meaningless if the foundation was rotten. I went to see Julian, she said. Damien went very still. What? He showed me contracts. From your previous arrangements. They all had the same clauses as mine. Custody provisions, NDAs, financial penalties. She pulled the folder from her bag. You do this to everyone, Damien. I'm not special. I'm just the latest version of a pattern you've been repeating for years. Damien's face drained of color. He showed you those. He wanted me to understand who you really are. What you're really capable of. Elena's voice was steady despite the tremor in her hands. And I think he succeeded. Elena, those contracts were from years ago. Before I understood what I was doing, before I realized how toxic my approach was. Were they? She opened the folder. Sarah Chen's contract is dated 6 years ago. Victoria's is from 4 years ago. This one, she pulled out a third contract, is from 18 months ago. A woman named Rebecca Torres. Did you love her too? Did you tell her she was different? Damien's jaw worked. Rebecca was a business consultant. We dated for 3 months. It ended amicably. With a contract that gave you all the power. Yes. No point denying it. Because that's what I knew how to do. That's how I protected myself. From what? From actually connecting with someone. From being human. Elena threw the folder on his desk. You're not protecting yourself, Damien. You're isolating yourself. And you're trying to isolate me too. That's not, he stopped. You're right, Because isolation is safe, and connection is terrifying. And I don't know how to exist in the space between. Then learn. Elena's voice cracked. Because I can't do this if you're always planning for the ending. I can't build a life with someone who's simultaneously building an exit strategy. I know. Damien set down the ring box. That's why I drafted the amendment. That's why I'm standing here asking you to give me another chance to prove I can do better. How many chances do you need? The question came out exhausted. How many times do I have to forgive you for protecting yourself at my expense? I don't know. Damien's voice was raw. But I'm asking for one more. Just one. Let me prove that I can trust you without safety nets. That I can love you without contracts dictating the terms. Elena looked at him. This man who'd bought her future and was now begging her to choose it freely. She was so tired. Tired of doubt, tired of second-guessing, tired of trying to build something real on a foundation of legal documents. I need time, she said finally. I need space to think without you in my head, without your lawyers drafting amendments, without Julian showing me evidence of your past mistakes. How much time? I don't know. She moved toward her wing. But don't follow me. Don't try to fix this with grand gestures or new contracts. Just give me space. Elena. Damien's voice stopped her. I love you. That's real. Whatever else you doubt, please don't doubt that. She looked back at him, and her eyes were bright with unshed tears. I want to believe you. But love isn't enough if you can't trust me with your vulnerabilities. If you can't stop building walls every time you feel something real, then I'll tear down the walls. I'll do whatever it takes. Don't make promises you can't keep. Elena's voice was gentle. Just work on yourself. Figure out who you want to be. And maybe we can figure out the rest later. She closed her door, and Damien stood alone in his office, surrounded by the wreckage of his own making. The ring box sat on his desk, unopened and unwanted. The amended contract sat beside it, proof that he could change the terms but not the fundamental problem. He'd spent his life building an empire on control, and it had cost him the one thing he couldn't buy or negotiate or contractually obligate. It had cost him her trust. 2 weeks later. Cross Tower, Damien's office. 3:17 p.m. Damien stood before his board of directors and announced his resignation as CEO. Richard Hastings would take over immediately. Damien would remain as chairman, focusing on strategic acquisitions and long-term growth. The transition would be seamless. The company would be stronger for it. He delivered the speech with the same controlled efficiency he'd used to build Cross Enterprises. No emotion, no vulnerability. Just facts and forward momentum. The board applauded. Richard shook his hand. Julian, sitting in the back row as a minority shareholder, watched with an expression Damien couldn't read. When the meeting ended, Damien returned to his office to find Elena waiting. She'd been staying at the penthouse, but in her wing. They passed each other in hallways, exchanged polite good mornings over coffee, maintained the careful distance of strangers sharing space. It was civilized. It was destroying him. "I heard about your announcement," Elena said. "Congratulations." "Thank you." Damien gestured to a chair. "Would you like to sit?" "No. I won't be long." She pulled an envelope from her bag. "I had my lawyer review the amended contract. It's fair, equitable. Everything you said it would be. Good. It's also unnecessary." Elena set the envelope on his desk. "Because I'm not signing it." Damien's chest tightened. "Elena, I'm not leaving," she clarified. "But I'm not staying because of a contract, amended or otherwise. I'm staying because I'm choosing to. Because I think we have something worth fighting for, even if I'm still scared it will fail." "You're staying." Damien repeated the words, barely believing them. "On one condition." Elena moved closer. "No more contracts. No more lawyers drafting terms and contingencies. We figure this out like normal people, by talking, by fighting, by making mistakes and apologizing and trying again. I don't know how to do that." "Neither do I." Her mouth curved slightly. "But we're both smart. We'll figure it out." Damien crossed to her in 3 strides, pulling her against him. She came willingly, her arms wrapping around his waist, and for the first time in 2 weeks, he could breathe. "I'm sorry," he said against her hair. "For the contract, for the custody clauses, for every way I tried to protect myself at your expense. I'm sorry, and I'm going to spend however long it takes proving I can do better." "I know." Elena pulled back to look at him. "And I'm sorry for going to Julian. For letting him manipulate me into doubting you. I should have talked to you first. He showed you those contracts to drive a wedge between us. I know that now." Elena's jaw tightened. "He's been playing both of us. Befriending my father, showing me evidence of your past, trying to prove we're doomed to fail. Are we?" The question came out quieter than intended. "Doomed? I don't know." Elena's honesty was brutal and beautiful. "But I'd rather fail trying than succeed at staying apart. So we try. We fight for this. And if it doesn't work, it'll work." Damien cupped her face. "I'll make it work. We'll make it work." She corrected. "Together. No more solo missions, no more unilateral decisions. We're partners now." "Partners." The word felt foreign and right at once. "I can do that." "Can you?" Elena's eyebrow arched. "Because partnership means vulnerability. It means letting me see you at your worst and trusting I won't use it against you." "I know." Damien pressed his forehead to hers. "And it terrifies me. But losing you terrifies me more." Elena kissed him then, soft and slow and full of promise. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, she smiled. "Take me home," she said. "Our home. Not the penthouse, not your space or my space. Ours." "Ours," Damien agreed. They left Cross Tower hand in hand, and for the first time since Elena had found those contract clauses, Damien felt something like hope. It wouldn't be easy. They'd have to rebuild trust brick by brick, conversation by conversation. They'd have to learn how to fight without building walls, how to love without exit strategies, how to exist in the terrifying space between control and chaos. But they'd do it together. And maybe, probably that would be enough. Cross Penthouse. 8:42 p.m. They ordered pizza and ate it in bed, Elena's feet in Damien's lap while they watched a documentary about art forgery. It was ordinary. It was perfect. "I talked to my father today," Elena said during a commercial break. "He checked into that treatment program. 90 days, residential. That's good." Damien's hand traced patterns on her ankle. "How did he sound?" "Scared. Hopeful. Determined." Elena smiled slightly. "I think he might actually do it this time. And if he doesn't, then I let him face the consequences. I can't save him from himself." She looked at Damien. Just like you can't save me from your past mistakes. We both have to do the work ourselves. Wise words. I have my moments. Elena shifted closer. Damien. Ask me again. The question from 2 weeks ago. Damien went still. Elena. I'm not saying yes. Not yet. She touched his face. But I want to hear it again. I want to remember what it feels like when you're being honest instead of strategic. Damien set aside the pizza box and turned to face her fully. Elena Morgan, will you marry me? Not because of a contract, not because of debt or obligation or succession clauses, but because I love you, and I want to build a life with you that's real and messy and nothing like either of us planned. That's better than last time. Elena's eyes were bright. But still no ring. I have a ring. Damien reached for the nightstand drawer. I've been carrying it around for 2 weeks, waiting for the right moment. He pulled out the small box and opened it. The diamond caught the light, simple and elegant and nothing like the ostentatious engagement ring his grandmother had worn. It's beautiful, Elena breathed. It's yours. Whenever you're ready. Damien took her hand. 6 months, 6 years, 6 decades. I'll wait as long as it takes. Elena looked at the ring, then at him. Ask me again in 3 months. After my father's out of treatment, after we've survived whatever Julian's planning, after we've had time to prove we can do this without contracts. 3 months. Damien kissed her knuckles. I can work with that. Good. Elena pulled him down for a kiss. Now put that ring away before I do something impulsive. Would that be so bad? Yes. But she was smiling. Because when I say yes, and I will say yes, I want to be absolutely certain. No doubts, no fears, no safety nets. Just us, choosing each other. Just us, Damien agreed. They fell asleep tangled together, the ring box back in the drawer, the documentary playing forgotten in the background. And for the first time in weeks, neither of them dreamed of contracts or consequences or the careful distance they'd worked so hard to maintain. They just dreamed of each other. And of the life they were building, one honest moment at a time. She left me standing there, surrounded by strangers' coats and my own cowardice. Chapter 7. The Unraveling. Cross Penthouse, Manhattan. 6 weeks later, 7:23 a.m. Elena stood in the bathroom staring at 3 plastic sticks lined up on the marble counter like evidence in a trial she hadn't known she was facing. Pregnant. 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 3 tests, 3 pink lines, 3 confirmations of a reality that should have felt like relief. The succession clause fulfilled, the contract's most invasive requirement satisfied, but instead felt like standing at the edge of a cliff with no clear view of the landing. Her hand moved to her stomach, flat and unchanged, harboring a secret that would transform everything. They'd been careful, not avoiding it exactly but not actively pursuing it either. The past 6 weeks had been about rebuilding trust, learning to exist without contracts mediating every interaction. They'd fought about small things. His need to control the thermostat, her tendency to leave coffee cups in unexpected places. They'd laughed more than she'd expected. They'd made love without discussing timelines or obligations, just wanting each other in the uncomplicated way that still felt miraculous. And now this. Elena picked up her phone, then set it down. Picked it up again. Damien was in his office. Their office now, since she'd moved her Morgan Fine Arts work into the second desk he'd installed without asking, just understanding she needed the space. She could walk down the hall, tell him, watch his face transform with whatever emotion this news would bring. But something held her back. The contract. Always the contract. Hovering like a ghost even though they'd agreed to ignore it. Page 7, the succession clause. The requirement that had felt so clinical when she'd signed it and now felt unbearably intimate. Within 24 months. They had 18 months left on that deadline. But the baby, their baby, would arrive in approximately 7.5 months, if her calculations were correct. Well within the window. The contract would be satisfied. And then what? Elena set down the tests and splashed cold water on her face. She needed to think. Needed to separate what she felt from what the contract required. what she wanted from what they'd agreed to. She wanted this baby. The realization settled into her bones with surprising certainty. Not because it fulfilled an obligation, but because it was theirs, hers and Damien's, created from the messy, complicated love they were learning to build. But did he want it for the same reasons? The question sat heavy in her chest as she dressed and moved to the kitchen. Damien was already there, coffee made. Her favorite mug waiting beside the pot. Small gestures that had become routine, evidence of a life being built in increments. Morning. He looked up from his tablet, and his smile was genuine. You're up early. Couldn't sleep. Elena poured coffee, then stopped. Fiend. She should probably limit caffeine now. The thought made everything more real. Everything okay? Damien set down the tablet, his attention sharpening. You look pale. I'm fine. Just. Elena set down the coffee mug. We need to talk. The words hung in the air, weighted with implication. Damien stood, moving around the counter to her. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Something's different. Elena took a breath. I'm pregnant. Silence. Damien's face went through a series of expressions too quick to catalogue. Shock, calculation, something that might have been joy, then a careful blankness that made her stomach drop. You're sure? His voice was neutral. 3 tests. All positive. Elena watched him, trying to read past the mask. I know it's earlier than we discussed. We weren't actively trying, but we weren't preventing it either, so. The succession clause. Damien's voice was flat. It's fulfilled. The words landed like a slap. Elena stepped back. That's your first thought. The contract. No. I don't know. Damien ran his hand through his hair, and she saw his control fracturing. I'm trying to process. Baby. We're having a baby. I'm having a baby. Elena's voice sharpened. You're having a legal obligation satisfied. That's not fair. Isn't it? She crossed her arms, suddenly cold despite the morning sun streaming through the windows. Your first response was about the clause, not about us. Not about the fact that we're going to be parents. Because the clause has been hanging over us for months. Damien moved closer, his hands reaching for her. Because I've been terrified of what it would mean when it came time to. He stopped. To approach it clinically. Like I said we would. We didn't approach it clinically. Elena's voice cracked. We made love. We built something real. And now there's a baby. And you're reducing it to a contractual requirement. I'm not. Damien's jaw tightened. I'm trying to understand what this means. For the contract. Stop. Elena held up her hand. Stop talking about the contract. I need to know what you feel, Damien. Not what the lawyers drafted. Not what we agreed to 18 months ago. What do you feel right now? Damien looked at her, and for a long moment, she saw past the control to the terror underneath. I'm scared, he said finally. I'm terrified I'll be a terrible father. That I'll repeat my father's mistakes. That I'll fail this child the way he failed me and Julian. That I'll. His voice broke. Elena's anger dissolved. Come here. She pulled him close, and he came, wrapping his arms around her like she was the only solid thing in a tilting world. You're not your father. You're not going to fail. How do you know? Because you're already worried about it. Because you care enough to be scared. Elena pulled back to look at him. Your father didn't care. He gambled away everything because his addiction mattered more than his family. You're nothing like that. I'm controlling. I manipulate situations to protect myself. You're learning. She touched his face. We both are. And we'll learn how to be parents together. Imperfectly. Probably making 100 mistakes. But together. Damien's hand moved to her stomach, tentative. A baby. Our baby. Elena covered his hand with hers. Not a contractual obligation. Not an heir to secure your position. Just ours. Ours, he repeated, and this time his voice held wonder instead of fear. Elena, He stopped, swallowed. I want this. Not because of the contract. 'Cause it's ours. Because I love you, and the idea of a child who's half you and half me is. His voice cracked again. Terrifying and perfect. Elena's eyes filled. Really? Really? Damien pulled her against him. I'm sorry. For making it about the contract first. For not immediately understanding what this means. It's okay. Elena pressed her face against his chest. We're both still learning how to do this without legal documents mediating everything. They stood like that for a long moment, just breathing together, adjusting to the new reality taking shape between them. When did you find out? Damien asked finally. This morning. About 20 minutes ago. Elena pulled back. I was going to tell you right away, but I needed to process first. To figure out how I felt before dealing with how you felt. And how do you feel? Scared. Excited. Overwhelmed. She smiled through tears. And absolutely certain that I want this baby. Want this life we're building. Even though it's messy and complicated and nothing like either of us planned. Especially because of that. Elena kissed him softly. We're good at messy and complicated. It's the simple stuff that trips us up. Damien's laugh was surprised and genuine. Truth. He pulled her back against him. We should call a doctor. Make an appointment. Start figuring out what comes next. Practical as always. Someone has to be. But his hand was still on her stomach, protective and tender. Have you thought about, do you want to keep working? Morgan Fine Arts is demanding, and with the pregnancy. I'm pregnant, not incapacitated. Elena's voice sharpened. I'm keeping my job. I'm keeping my life. The baby joins our life, not replaces it. I wasn't suggesting. Yes, you were. But her tone softened. And I appreciate the concern. But I need you to trust that I know my limits. That I'll ask for help when I need it. I can do that. Damien kissed her forehead. I'm going to be terrible at this, aren't I? The hovering, the overprotectiveness, the trying to control things I can't control. Probably. Elena smiled. But I'll keep you honest. That's what partners do. Partners. Damien's hand tightened on her waist. I like that word. Good. Because we're about to become parenting partners, which is apparently even more complicated than marriage partners. Great. But Damien was smiling. Should we tell people? Your father, Richard Hastings, Julian. Not Julian. Elena's voice was firm. Not yet. Not until we're past the first trimester and everything is stable. I don't want him using this as ammunition. Agreed. Damien's expression darkened. He's been quiet lately. Too quiet. I don't trust it. Neither do I. Elena moved to finally pour herself coffee. Decaf, she'd need to buy decaf, and stopped. Damien. What happens to the contract now? The succession clause is fulfilled, or will be in 7 months. Does that change the timeline? The terms. Damien was quiet for a long moment. Legally, once the child is born, the contract's primary obligation is satisfied. We'd still have the 3-year marriage requirement, but the pressure is off. And after 3 years, we decide. Together. No lawyers, no contracts. Just us choosing whether to stay or go. He moved to stand beside her. But for what it's worth, I'm choosing stay. I've been choosing stay since the moment you walked into my life and reorganized my kitchen. Elena's laugh was watery. The spices are still in the wrong order. They're in the perfect order. You just have unconventional ideas about alphabetization. Damien pulled her close again. Elena. Thank you. For what? For staying. For giving me another chance after I fucked up with those contract clauses. For. His hand moved to her stomach again. For this. For choosing to build this life with me even when I make it difficult. You're welcome. Elena kissed him. Now let's figure out how to tell my father he's going to be a grandfather without him immediately falling off the wagon in celebration. One crisis at a time. Damien's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and frowned. It's my assistant. The board wants an emergency meeting this afternoon. About what? She doesn't say. Just that it's urgent. Damien's jaw tightened. Julian. Has to be. He's making his move. Cross Enterprises. Boardroom. 2:47 p.m. Damien sat at the head of the table and watched his half-brother deliver the killing blow with a smile. Which is why I'm formally requesting a vote of no confidence in the current leadership structure. Julian stood at the presentation screen, looking every inch the concerned shareholder. Cross Enterprises has been rudderless since Damien stepped back from the CEO position. Revenue is down 3%, 2 major acquisitions have stalled, and employee morale is at an all-time low. That's a misrepresentation of the data. Richard Hastings started, but Julian cut him off. Is it? Because I have testimony from 12 department heads who say otherwise. Julian clicked to the next slide. I also have documentation showing that Damien's marriage, the one he used to justify his need for stability and legitimacy, is a contractual arrangement designed to produce an heir and secure his position against my inheritance claim. The room went silent. Every board member turned to look at Damien. That's privileged information, Damien said quietly. Covered by attorney-client privilege and multiple NDAs. How did you obtain it? Does it matter? Julian's smile sharpened. What matters is that you've been lying to this board, to your investors, to the public. Your marriage is a sham, designed purely for business advantage. And now that the succession clause is about to be fulfilled, congratulations on the pregnancy, by the way. You'll have everything you need to maintain control while providing nothing of actual value to this company. Damien felt the trap closing. Julian had been planning this for months, maybe years. Every move calculated, every piece of evidence carefully gathered. My marriage is none of this board's business, Damien said. It is when you used it to justify a major restructuring. Julian leaned forward. You told us you were stepping back to focus on family, on building something stable. But you were really just repositioning yourself to avoid accountability while maintaining control. That's not leadership, that's manipulation. Mr. Cross, one of the board members, Patricia Chen, a venture capitalist who'd been with the company since the beginning, spoke up. Is this true? Is your marriage contractual? Damien met her eyes. He could lie. Could deny everything, threaten Julian with legal action, force the board to choose sides. But Elena's words echoed in his head. No more walls. No more contracts. Yes, he said finally. My marriage began as a contractual arrangement. The Morgan family needed financial assistance. I needed legitimacy and old money connections. We signed an agreement outlining terms. The room erupted. Voices overlapping, accusations flying. Julian's satisfied smile cutting through the chaos. However, Damien continued, his voice cutting through the noise, what began as a contract has become something real. I love my wife. We're building a life together. And yes, we're expecting a child. Not because a contract required it, but because we chose it. How convenient, Julian said. The succession clause fulfilled right on schedule. The succession clause is irrelevant. Damien stood. I'm dissolving the original contract. My lawyers are drafting paperwork as we speak. Elena and I are staying married because we want to, not because we're obligated to. That doesn't change what you did. Patricia's voice was cold. You manipulated this board with a false narrative. You used your personal life as a business strategy. That's grounds for removal. Then vote. Damien looked around the table. If you believe I'm unfit to serve as chairman, call the vote. But understand that Julian isn't offering this information out of concern for the company. He's offering it because he wants control, and he's willing to destroy anyone who stands in his way. Including me, including Elena, including the child she's carrying. This isn't about revenge, Julian protested. It's about accountability. It's about inheritance. Damien's voice was hard. You've never forgiven me for being our father's favorite. For getting the business while you got a trust fund. So you've spent years trying to prove I'm unworthy, and now you think you've found the evidence. I have found the evidence. Julian's mask slipped slightly. You're a fraud, Damien. Always have been. And now everyone knows it. The board members looked between them, two half-brothers locked in a battle that had been brewing since childhood. I'm calling for a vote, Patricia said finally. All in favor of removing Damien Cross from his position as chairman. Hands rose around the table. Damien counted them with detached precision. 5 votes for removal. 4 against. 3 abstentions. Not enough. He needed 7 votes to be removed, and Julian had only managed 5. Motion fails, Richard Hastings said quietly. Damien retains his position. Julian's face went white. This isn't over. Yes, it is. Damien gathered his papers. You've played your hand, Julian. You've exposed the contract, tried to turn the board against me, and failed. What's left? The public. Julian's smile returned. I've already sent the contract to 3 major news outlets. By tonight, your marriage will be front-page news. Let's see how your wife handles being exposed as a purchased bride. Damien's blood went cold. You bastard. I'm my father's son. Just like you. Julian headed for the door. Enjoy your Pyrrhic victory, brother. It won't last long. He left, and the board dissolved into uncomfortable murmurs. Damien stood frozen, his mind racing. Elena. He had to get to Elena before the news broke. Had to warn her, protect her, figure out how to contain the damage. He pulled out his phone and called her. It went straight to voicemail. Elena, it's me. Julian's going public with the contract. The news will break tonight. I'm coming home. We need to talk. He stopped. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He hung up and looked at Richard Hastings. I need to go. Go. Richard's expression was sympathetic. We'll handle the board. You handle your family. Damien left at a run. Cross Penthouse. 4:13 p.m. Elena stood at the window overlooking Manhattan and watched her phone explode with notifications. The story had broken 20 minutes ago. Billionaire's contract bride. Inside Damien Cross's marriage of convenience. 3 major outlets, all running variations of the same story. The contract leaked in full 43 pages of terms and conditions, including the succession clause, the custody provisions, the NDAs. Her phone rang. Her father. She declined the call. Rang again. Marcus from Morgan Fine Arts. Declined. Again. A reporter from the Times. Declined. The elevator chimed. Damien burst through, his face pale, his tie loosened. Elena. I saw. Her voice was calm. Come. The whole world saw. I'm sorry. Julian leaked it to the press. I tried to stop him, but he was always going to. Elena turned to face him. We knew this was coming. We knew eventually someone would expose the truth. I didn't think it would be like this. I didn't think. Damien moved closer. Are you okay? I don't know yet. Elena's hand moved to her stomach. Ask me in a few hours after the shock wears off and the reality sets in. We'll issue a statement. My publicist is drafting something now. We'll explain that what started as a contract became real, that we're choosing each other freely now. Will they believe us? Elena's voice was quiet. Or will they think it's just more performance? More carefully crafted lies to protect your empire? I don't care what they think. Yes, you do. She moved away from the window. You've spent your whole life caring what people think. Building a reputation, cultivating legitimacy, ensuring no one could question your place at the table. And now Julian's destroyed it all with 43 pages of legal documents. He's destroyed my reputation. Not us. Damien followed her. Elena, look at me. This doesn't change anything between us. Doesn't it? She turned, and her eyes were bright with unshed tears. The whole world now knows I married you for money. That I signed a contract agreeing to produce an heir like some kind of... Her voice broke. Like some kind of broodmare. You're not. That's what they'll say. That's what they're already saying. Elena pulled out her phone, scrolling through social media. Listen to this. Gold digger secures the bag. Cross bought himself a pedigree wife. Poor little rich girl sells herself to the highest bidder. She threw the phone on the couch. They're not wrong. They are wrong. Damien grabbed her shoulders. You didn't sell yourself. You made a choice to save your family. There's no shame in that. Isn't there? Elena pulled away. Because right now I feel pretty ashamed. Of the contract, of the succession clause, of the fact that I'm pregnant and everyone will think it's just another obligation being fulfilled. It's not an obligation. It's our child. I know that. You know that. But they don't know that. Elena wrapped her arms around herself. And I'm not sure I have the strength to keep explaining it to everyone who asks. Damien's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and cursed. My publicist. She needs a statement by 6 for the evening news cycle. Then give her one. Elena moved toward her wing. Tell her whatever you think will minimize the damage. Elena. I need some time, Damien. Process. To figure out how I feel about being exposed like this. She stopped at her door. I'm not leaving. I need space. How much space? I don't know. She looked back at him, and her expression was exhausted. But don't follow me. Don't try to fix this with statements or lawyers or grand gestures. Just let me sit with this for a while. She closed the door, and Damien stood alone in the living room, surrounded by the evidence of their shared life. Her books on the shelf, her coffee mug in the sink, the small changes she'd made that had transformed his penthouse into their home. He'd spent his life building walls to protect himself from exactly this kind of exposure. And now the walls were crumbling, and the person he most wanted to protect was the one suffering most from the collapse. His phone buzzed again. The publicist, insistent. Damien answered. What do you need? Cross penthouse, guest wing. 6:47 p.m. Elena sat on her grandmother's bed and watched the evening news coverage of her own life. Sources close to the couple say the marriage was arranged to benefit both parties financially and socially. The contract includes provisions for producing an heir within 24 months. Morgan Fine Arts, which was facing bankruptcy, received substantial capital infusion as part of the arrangement. She muted the television and closed her eyes. Her phone buzzed. A text from her father. Just saw the news. Are you okay? I'm so sorry, sweetheart. This is my fault. Elena typed back. Not your fault. I made the choice. I'll call you tomorrow. Another text, this one from Julian. I'm sorry it came to this. But you deserve to know the truth about who you married. If you need anything, a friend, a lawyer, a place to stay, I'm here. Elena stared at the message. Julian had done this. He'd leaked the contract, exposed her private life, destroyed what little privacy she and Damien had managed to maintain. And now he was offering sympathy like he hadn't been the one wielding the knife. She deleted the message without responding. A soft knock on her door. Elena. Damien's voice. I have food. Thai from that place you like. I thought maybe we could eat together. Talk. Elena opened the door. Damien stood in the hallway holding takeout bags, and he looked so uncertain, so unlike the controlled billionaire who'd bought her 18 months ago, that her heart cracked. Come in, she said. They ate on her bed, the television still playing silent coverage of their scandal. Neither of them had much appetite, but they went through the motions, passing containers, making small talk about nothing, avoiding the elephant in the room. Finally, Elena set down her fork. What did you tell your publicist? The truth. That we married for practical reasons but fell in love. That the pregnancy is wanted and planned. That we're asking for privacy during this time. Damien's voice was flat. She says it won't matter. The narrative is already set. I'm the ruthless billionaire who bought a wife. You're the desperate socialite who sold herself. Nothing we say will change that. So we just accept it. We live our lives and let them think whatever they want. Damien reached for her hand. Elena, I know this is hard. I know you're hurt and angry and probably regretting every choice that led you here. But I need you to know, I don't regret it. Any of it. The contract brought you into my life, and I'll never regret that. Even though it's destroying your reputation. My reputation was built on ruthlessness and control. Maybe it's time for a new one. He squeezed her hand. Built on honesty. On choosing love over strategy. On being the kind of man who deserves you instead of the kind who buys you. Elena's eyes filled. You didn't buy me. I did though. Damien's voice was rough. I signed a contract that reduced you to terms and conditions. I put a price on your future. And now the whole world knows it, and you're the one paying the cost. We're both paying. Elena wiped her eyes. But maybe that's okay. Maybe we needed this. The exposure, the public reckoning. Maybe we needed to have our private arrangement dragged into the light so we could finally decide what it really is. And what is it? Elena looked at him. This man who'd started as a transaction and become her partner, her lover, the father of her child. It's real, she said finally. Messy and complicated and built on a foundation of legal documents, but real. And I want to keep building it, even if the whole world is watching and judging. Are you sure? Damien's voice was uncertain. Because I'll understand if you want out. If this is too much, if the exposure is too painful. I'm sure. Elena pulled him closer. I'm angry about the leak. I'm hurt that our privacy was violated. But I'm not leaving. We're in this together, remember? Partners. Partners, Damien agreed. He pressed his forehead to hers. I love you. I'm going to say it every day until you're sick of hearing it. Until the whole world believes it's real. I love you too. Elena kissed him softly. Now tell me about the board meeting. What happened with Julian? Damien pulled back slightly. He called for a vote of no confidence. Tried to get me removed as chairman. Did he succeed? No. He got 5 votes, needed 7. But he's not done. He'll keep pushing, keep trying to prove I'm unfit. Damien's jaw tightened. I should have seen this coming. Should have protected you better. You can't protect me from everything. Elena touched his face. And maybe we don't need protection. Maybe we just need to face this head-on. Together. How? We tell our story. Not through publicists or lawyers, but directly. We do an interview, show the world who we really are. Let them see that what started as a contract became something real. Elena's voice strengthened. We take control of the narrative instead of letting Julian control it for us. Damien studied her. That's risky. It could backfire spectacularly. Everything we do is risky. Elena smiled slightly. But we're good at risk. It's the safe choices that trip us up. Truth. Damien pulled her into his lap. Okay. We do an interview. We tell our story. And we let the world decide what they want to believe. And if they don't believe us, then we keep living our lives anyway. He placed his hand on her stomach. We have more important things to focus on now. Elena covered his hand with hers. We do. They sat like that for a long moment, just breathing together, finding equilibrium in the chaos. Damien, Elena said finally. Yes. I want to do something. Something symbolic. To show that we're choosing each other freely now, without contracts or obligations. What did you have in mind? Elena pulled away and moved to her dresser. She opened the top drawer and pulled out the original marriage contract. 43 pages of carefully constructed distance. I want to destroy this, she said. Not the legal copy, your lawyers probably need that. But this one. The one I've been keeping like some kind of talisman. I want to burn it. Damien's expression shifted. Elena. I know it's dramatic. I know it's just paper. But I need to do this. I need to physically destroy the thing that brought us together so we can build something new. She looked at him. Will you help me? Damien stood and crossed to her. Yes. They went to the fireplace in the living room. Decorative, rarely used, but functional. Elena crumpled the first page of the contract and set it in the grate. Damien handed her a lighter. Wait. He pulled out his phone. Let me document this. So we remember the moment we chose each other over the contract. Elena nodded. Damien started recording as she lit the first page. The paper caught, flames licking up the edges, turning legal language into ash. Elena fed more pages into the fire. The financial terms, the public appearance requirements, the succession clause that had hung over them for months. Page 7 burned last. Elena watched it curl and blacken, the words dissolving into nothing. No more contracts, she said to the camera. To Damien. To herself. No more obligations. Just us choosing each other. Every day. For as long as it works. For as long as it works, Damien repeated. He stopped recording and pulled her against him. I love you. Contract-free. Obligation-free. Just. Freely. Elena pressed her face against his chest and let herself cry. For the exposure, for the violation, for the loss of privacy. But also for relief. For the freedom of having nothing left to hide. For the possibility of building something real on the ashes of what they'd started. The contract burned to nothing in the fireplace. And with it, the last pretense that their marriage was anything other than what it had become. Commitment. A love built in the space between control and chaos. What now? Elena asked when the tears subsided. Now we rest. Damien kissed her temple. Tomorrow we figure out the interview, the statement, how to handle the media circus. But tonight we just exist. Together. Together, Elena agreed. They went to bed early, wrapped around each other. And for the first time since the news broke, Elena felt something like peace. The world knew their secret. Julian had exposed their arrangement. The contract was public knowledge. And somehow they'd survived it. They'd survive whatever came next too. Together. He kissed my palm like a prayer. Or an apology. Chapter 8. The Reckoning. Cross Penthouse, Manhattan. 3 months later, 9:17 a.m. Elena stood before the full-length mirror in their bedroom. Their bedroom now, no more guest wing, no more careful distance, and studied the small swell of her stomach beneath the charcoal dress. 16 weeks. 4 months. The pregnancy was no longer a secret her body could keep, though the world had known about it since Julian's leak 3 months ago. The interview would air tonight. 60 minutes with a journalist known for asking the questions others avoided, for finding the truth beneath polished surfaces. Elena and Damien had spent 2 hours in front of cameras yesterday, answering everything. The contract, the succession clause, how a transaction had become love. You're going to wear a hole in that dress if you keep fidgeting. Damien appeared in the doorway, already dressed for the office in a navy suit that made his eyes look almost black. He crossed to her, his hands settling on her waist. Nervous. Terrified. Elena leaned back against him. What if we made a mistake? What if the interview makes everything worse? Then we'll handle it. His hand moved to her stomach, protective and tender. Together. Like we handle everything now. The past 3 months had been brutal. The media had dissected every aspect of their arrangement. Tabloids running stories about contract babies and billionaire breeding programs. Think pieces debating the ethics of arranged marriages in modern society, social media alternating between condemnation and fascination. Morgan Fine Arts had lost 3 major clients who didn't want to be associated with the scandal. Damien's business relationships had fractured along predictable lines. Old money appalled by the crassness of a written contract, new money admiring the efficiency of the arrangement. But they'd survived it. More than survived. They'd grown stronger in the crucible of public judgment. Because when the whole world was watching, there was no point in pretending. No room for careful distance or strategic positioning. Just the raw truth of two people learning to love each other despite starting from a transaction. Your father called, Damien said. He's out of treatment. Wants to know if he can come to dinner tonight. Tonight. Elena turned in his arms. The interview airs tonight. I thought we'd watch it together, just us. We can do both. He sounded good, Elena. Sober. Determined. Damien's expression softened. He wants to apologize. To both of us. For the role he played in forcing this arrangement. Elena felt her throat tighten. Her father had completed his 90-day program and entered a sober living facility, attending meetings daily, working with a sponsor. They'd spoken weekly on the phone, awkward conversations full of apologies and promises. But she hadn't seen him in person since the day Damien had rescued him from the casino debt. Okay, she said finally. Dinner. But here, not a restaurant. I don't want photographers catching us together and spinning some new narrative. Here, Damien agreed. He kissed her forehead. I need to go to the office. Board meeting at 10. Julian's making another play. Elena's stomach tightened for a different reason. What kind of play? He's proposing a full audit of all my business dealings for the past 5 years. Looking for evidence of fraud, misrepresentation, anything he can use to force me out. Damien's jaw was tight. He's not going to stop until one of us destroys the other. Then maybe it's time to stop fighting. Elena touched his face. Maybe it's time to offer him something he actually wants instead of just defending what you have. What could he possibly want besides my complete destruction? Acknowledgement. Respect. A place at the table that isn't contingent on proving you're unworthy. Elena moved to the window, looking out at Manhattan waking up below. He's your brother, Damien. Half-brother but still family. And he's spent his whole life feeling like the spare heir, the one who wasn't good enough to inherit your father's legacy. That's not my fault. No. But it's his reality. And until you acknowledge it, until you offer him something beyond just defeating him, he'll keep coming after you. He turned back. What if you made him a partner? Not in Cross Enterprises but in something new. Something you build together. Damien stared at her. You want me to go into business with the man who leaked our contract to the press? Who tried to destroy our marriage? I want you to find a way to end this war before it destroys you both. Elena crossed to him. Because right now, Julian has nothing to lose. You've taken everything else, the company, the legitimacy, the family name. All he has left is his vendetta. But if you give him something to build instead of just something to attack, he might stop attacking. Damien's expression shifted, considering. That's either brilliant or insane. Probably both. Elena smiled slightly. But we're good at both. Damien pulled her close, his arms wrapping around her. When did you become so wise? Somewhere between signing a contract to marry a stranger and falling in love with him despite every rational reason not to. She kissed him. Go to your meeting. Survive whatever Julian throws at you. And think about what I said. I will. He pulled back reluctantly. Call me if you need anything. And rest. The doctor said you need to be taking it easier. The doctor said I'm perfectly healthy and should continue normal activities. Elena pushed him toward the door. Stop hovering. I'm pregnant, not made of glass. You're carrying my child. I'm allowed to hover. Hover from a distance. But she was smiling. Go. I have a conference call with Sotheby's at 11 anyway. Damien left. And Elena returned to the mirror. The woman looking back at her was different from the one who'd signed that contract 18 months ago. Stronger. More certain. Growing a life inside her that was wanted, not obligated. Her phone buzzed. A text from Marcus. NYT just posted their preview of tonight's interview. Was actually sympathetic. You should read it. Elena pulled up the article on her tablet. From contract to commitment. Inside the Cross marriage. When Damien Cross and Elena Morgan sat down with us yesterday, they could have delivered corporate speak and carefully managed messaging. Instead, they offered something rarer. Honesty about a marriage that began as a business transaction and evolved into something neither of them expected. "I'm not going to pretend the contract was romantic," Elena Morgan told us, her hand resting on her visible baby bump. "It was a rescue. My family was drowning, and Damien offered a life raft with strings attached. I signed because I didn't see another option. But what started as necessity became choice." Over 18 months, the couple navigated the complexities of arranged marriage in modern America, learning to build trust without the foundation of courtship, to find love within the constraints of legal obligation. "The contract brought us together," Damien Cross said. "But it's not what's keeping us together. That's choice. Every day we choose each other. The contract is irrelevant now." When pressed about the succession clause, the requirement that they produce an heir within 24 months, both visibly bristled. "That clause felt clinical when I signed it," Elena admitted. "Like I was agreeing to be a broodmare. But our daughter," she paused, smiling. "She's not a contractual obligation. She's wanted, loved. Already the best thing we've created together. Daughter. The couple is expecting a girl, due in 5 months." Elena stopped reading, her hand moving to her stomach. "Daughter." They'd found out the sex 2 weeks ago, had been keeping it private, savoring the knowledge between them. But yesterday in the interview it had slipped out naturally. Elena talking about nursery colors, about hoping their daughter would have Damien's eyes and her mother's artistic sensibility. "Daughter." The reality of it still took her breath away. Her phone rang. "Damien. Did you see the article?" His voice was tight. "I'm reading it now. It's good, Damien. Better than we hoped. Keep reading." The last paragraph. Elena scrolled down. But the interview's most revealing moment came when we asked about Julian Cross, Damien's half-brother, who leaked the couple's marriage contract to the press 3 months ago. "Julian's hurt," Elena said quietly. "He spent his life feeling like he wasn't enough, wasn't chosen, wasn't worthy of his father's legacy. And instead of acknowledging that pain, Damien's been fighting him. They're both so busy trying to win that they can't see they're destroying each other in the process." Damien Cross's expression shifted at his wife's words. Surprise, then something that looked like understanding. "She's not wrong," he admitted. "Julian and I have been at war since our father died. Maybe it's time to find a different way forward." When asked what that might look like, Cross was thoughtful. "I don't know yet. But I'm willing to try. For my family. For my daughter. I don't want her growing up watching her father destroy her uncle out of pride." It's a remarkable admission from a man known for ruthlessness in business. Whether Julian Cross will accept any olive branch remains to be seen. "Oh," Elena said softly. "Yeah." Damien's voice was rough. "You got me on camera admitting I might be wrong. My lawyers are thrilled. Are you angry?" "No, Oz. I'm grateful. You see things clearly when I'm too busy defending territory. It's one of the many reasons I love you." Elena's throat tightened. "I love you too. Now go to your meeting. And Damien, consider what you said in that interview. About finding a different way forward. You meant it, even if you didn't realize it at the time." "I know," he sighed. "I'll think about it. See you tonight." "Tonight," Elena agreed. Cross Enterprises, boardroom. 10:47 a.m. Damien sat across from Julian and tried to see his half-brother clearly for the first time in years. The audit proposal lay on the table between them. 5 years of business dealings, every acquisition and merger and hostile takeover, all subject to forensic review. It was aggressive. It was also desperate. "Before we vote," Damien said, cutting off Patricia Chen's motion to open discussion, "I'd like to make a counter-proposal." The board members exchanged glances. Julian's expression was carefully neutral. "I'm proposing we create a new division within Cross Enterprises," Damien continued. "Focused on venture capital and early-stage investments. Julian would head it, with full autonomy over investment decisions and a seat on the executive board." Silence. Julian's mask cracked, showing surprise. "What's the catch?" he asked finally. "No catch. You dropped the audit, stopped trying to force me out, and we worked together instead of against each other." Damien met his brother's eyes. "You're good at identifying emerging markets, at seeing potential in companies others overlook. I'm good at scaling and operations. We could be formidable partners instead of enemies." "Why now?" Julian's voice was suspicious. "After months of fighting, why offer this now?" "Because my wife is smarter than I am." Damien's mouth curved slightly. "And because I'm about to become a father. I don't want my daughter growing up watching her father and uncle destroy each other out of pride." Julian stared at him. "You're serious?" "Completely. The division would have a $50 million initial fund, full operational independence, and profit-sharing tied to performance." Damien slid a folder across the table. "My lawyers drafted terms. They're generous. Probably more generous than you deserve after leaking my marriage contract to the press." Julian stopped, his composure fracturing. "Why are you doing this?" "Because you're my brother. Because our father pitted us against each other, and I'm tired of letting his ghost dictate our relationship." Damien leaned forward. "And because Elena's right, you're hurt, not evil. You've spent your life feeling like you weren't chosen, weren't enough. So I'm choosing you now. Not out of obligation, but because I think we could build something remarkable together." The boardroom was silent. Every member watched the two brothers, this moment of potential reconciliation or spectacular rejection. Julian opened the folder, reading through the terms. His hand shook slightly. He looked up. "This is everything I wanted. Everything I've been fighting for." "I know." Damien's voice was quiet. "So the question is, do you want to keep fighting or do you want to build something?" Julian set down the folder. For a long moment, he just looked at Damien, and his expression was complicated. Anger, grief, hope, all tangled together. "I leaked the contract because I wanted to hurt you," he said finally. "I wanted you to feel what I've felt my whole life. Exposed, inadequate, not enough. And I did hurt you. I hurt Elena. His voice cracked. "I'm sorry. For all of it." "I know." Damien stood and moved around the table. He extended his hand. "Partners." Julian stared at the offered hand. Then slowly he stood and took it. "Partners," he agreed. They shook, and something in the room shifted. Not forgiveness, that would take time. But possibility. The beginning of something different. The board erupted in applause. Richard Hastings was grinning. Patricia Chen looked relieved. "Well," Julian said, still gripping Damien's hand. "This is unexpected. Get used to it. My wife specializes in the unexpected." Damien released his brother's hand. "Now withdraw your audit proposal so we can get to work." "Consider it withdrawn." Julian's smile was tentative but genuine. "And Damien, thank you for seeing past the vendetta to what I actually needed. Thank Elena. She's the one who made me see it." Damien gathered his papers. "Come to dinner tonight. Meet her properly, not as an enemy but as family. If you're going to be my daughter's uncle, you should probably start acting like it." Julian's expression softened. "I'd like that. And I'd like to apologize to Elena. For the leak, for trying to manipulate her, for everything." 7 o'clock. Penthouse. "And Julian." Damien paused at the door. "Don't bring wine. Elena can't drink, and I'm trying to be supportive." "Noted." Julian was smiling now, real and unguarded. "See you tonight, brother." Damien left the boardroom feeling lighter than he had in months, maybe years. The war with Julian had been exhausting, a constant drain of energy and attention. Now maybe they could redirect that energy toward building instead of destroying. His phone buzzed. A text from Elena. "How did it go?" Damien typed back. "Julian's coming to dinner. As family, not enemy. You were right. You're always right. Not always, but frequently." Pause then, I'm proud of you. This took courage. I had a good teacher, Damien replied. See you tonight. Love you. Love you too. Now stop texting and get back to work. Some of us have actual jobs. Damien smiled and pocketed his phone. Cross penthouse. 6:47 p.m. Elena stood in the kitchen and tried to remember the last time she'd been this nervous about a dinner party. Her father would arrive at 7. Julian at 7:15. The interview would air at 8. And somewhere in the middle of all that, they'd attempt to have a civilized meal and pretend they were a normal family instead of a collection of people bound together by contracts and scandals and hard-won forgiveness. Stop overthinking. Damien appeared behind her, his arms wrapping around her waist, his hands settling over their daughter. It's just dinner. It's never just dinner with our family. But Elena leaned back against him. What if my father and Julian end up fighting? What if Julian apologizes and I can't forgive him? What if it goes fine? Damien kissed her neck. What if we have a pleasant evening, watch the interview together, and start building the family we want instead of the one we were stuck with? That's optimistic. I'm learning optimism from you. He turned her to face him. You look beautiful, by the way. Pregnancy suits you. Elena glanced down at her dress. Soft gray, empire waist to accommodate her growing stomach, her mother's pearls at her throat. I look tired. You look like you're growing a human being while running a business and managing a public scandal. Which is to say, incredible. Damien kissed her softly. Now stop worrying and help me set the table before your father arrives. They worked together in comfortable silence, laying out plates and silverware, lighting candles, transforming the dining room into something that felt almost normal. Almost like a home instead of a penthouse, a family instead of a collection of damaged people trying to heal. The doorbell rang at exactly 7. Elena opened it to find her father standing in the hallway, holding flowers and looking more nervous than she'd ever seen him. Dad! She pulled him into a hug. You came. Of course I came. Richard Morgan held her tight, then pulled back to look at her. You're showing. My granddaughter is showing. She is. Elena's hand moved to her stomach. Come in. Damien's in the kitchen. Her father entered cautiously, like he wasn't sure he was welcome. Damien appeared from the kitchen and extended his hand. Richard. Good to see you. Damien. Her father shook his hand. Thank you. For everything. For saving Elena, for giving me the chance to get help, for. His voice cracked. For not giving up on our family when you had every reason to. Your family now. Damien's voice was firm. We don't give up on family. Richard's eyes filled. He looked at Elena, then at Damien, and seemed to be struggling with words. I'm sorry, he said finally. For the gambling, for the debts, for putting Elena in a position where she felt she had to marry a stranger to save me. He stopped, swallowed. I'm 93 days sober. I'm attending meetings daily. I'm working with a sponsor. And I'm trying to be the father your mother deserved, even if I'm 20 years too late. You're not too late. Elena took his hand. You're here now. That's what matters. The doorbell rang again. Julian. Elena opened the door to find Damien's half-brother holding a bouquet of flowers and looking uncharacteristically uncertain. Hi, he said. I wasn't sure what to bring since wine was off the table, so I brought flowers. And also, he pulled out a small wrapped box. Something for the baby. For my niece. Elena took the offerings, her throat tight. Thank you. Come in. Julian entered and stopped when he saw Richard Morgan standing in the living room. The two men stared at each other, the gambling addict and the man who'd exploited his weakness. Mr. Morgan, Julian said quietly. I owe you an apology. I used your addiction against you. I set up that poker game knowing you wouldn't be able to resist, knowing it would create leverage against Damien. It was cruel and manipulative, and I'm sorry. Richard was silent for a long moment. Then, I'm the one who sat down at the table. I'm the one who kept playing when I should have walked away. You didn't force me to gamble. You just provided the opportunity. The weakness was mine. Still, Julian's voice was rough. I'm sorry. For that, and for leaking the contract, and for trying to destroy what Elena and Damien were building. I was. He looked at Damien. I was hurt and angry and taking it out on everyone around me. We've all been hurt and angry, Damien said. He moved to stand beside Elena. The question is whether we're going to keep hurting each other or find a way forward. Forward, Julian said immediately. Definitely forward. Good. Elena gestured to the dining room. Then let's eat. And Julian, open the box you brought. I want to see what you got for your niece. They moved to the table, this unlikely collection of people. A reformed gambling addict, a ruthless billionaire learning to be human. His half-brother trying to rebuild after a lifetime of resentment, and Elena herself, the woman who'd signed a contract and found a family. Julian opened the box to reveal a small silver rattle, engraved with initials, EMC. Elena Morgan Cross, Julian said. I wasn't sure if you were keeping the Morgan name or taking Damien's, so I included both. If that's presumptuous. It's perfect. Elena's voice was thick. Thank you. They ate dinner like a real family, passing dishes, sharing stories, laughing at Richard's tale of his first AA meeting where he'd accidentally introduced himself as Richard, billionaire's father-in-law, instead of just Richard, alcoholic. Julian told them about the new venture capital division. His eyes bright with enthusiasm. Damien talked about stepping back from day-to-day operations, about wanting to be present for his daughter in ways his own father never was. At 8 o'clock, they moved to the living room to watch the interview. Elena sat between Damien and her father on the couch, Julian in the armchair, all of them silent as the program began. Watching herself on television was surreal. Elena saw the way she touched her stomach when talking about the baby, the way Damien's hand found hers automatically, the visible love between them that no amount of contract language could diminish. The succession clause felt clinical when I signed it, like I was agreeing to be a broodmare. But our daughter. On screen, Elena paused, smiling. She's not a contractual obligation. She's wanted, loved. Already the best thing we've created together. Beside her, real-time Elena felt Damien's hand tighten on hers. The interview continued, showing all of it. The contract's origins, the financial desperation, the slow transformation from transaction to love. The journalist asked hard questions, and they'd answered honestly. No corporate spin, no careful messaging. Just truth. When it ended, the room was silent. Well, Richard said finally. That was brave. That was terrifying, Elena corrected. But she was smiling. Think it will help. I think it will make people see you as human instead of just a scandal. Julian's voice was quiet. You were both so honest. So vulnerable. He stopped. It's not what I expected from either of you. We're full of surprises, Damien said. He pulled Elena closer. How do you feel? Exposed. Relieved. Hopeful. Elena looked around at the men in her living room. Her father, her husband, her brother-in-law. Grateful. For all of you. For this family we're building. Even though we're a mess. Julian asked. Especially because we're a mess. Elena's hand moved to her stomach. Our daughter is going to be born into a family that's honest about its flaws. That fights and forgives and keeps trying. That's not a bad legacy. No, Richard agreed. It's not. They talked for another hour. About the baby, about Morgan Fine Arts recovery, about Julian's plans for the venture capital division. Normal family conversation. The kind Elena had thought she'd never have again after her mother died. At 10, Richard stood to leave. I should go. Early meeting with my sponsor tomorrow. Elena walked him to the door. Thank you for coming. For being here. For getting help. Thank you for not giving up on me. Richard hugged her tight. Your mother would be proud of you. Of the woman you've become, of the family you're building. I know I am. Elena's eyes filled. I love you, Dad. I love you too, sweetheart. He pulled back, touching her stomach gently. Take care of my granddaughter. And let Damien take care of you. I will. Richard left, and Elena returned to find Julian preparing to leave as well. Thank you for dinner, he said. And for? He gestured vaguely. For giving me another chance. Both of you. I don't deserve it. None of us deserve the chances we get, Damien said. We just try to earn them after the fact. He extended his hand. Partners. Partners. Julian shook his hand, then surprised them both by pulling Damien into a brief hug. Thank you, brother. For seeing past the vendetta. Thank Elena. She's the one who made me see it. Julian turned to Elena. I'm sorry. For everything I did to hurt you, to hurt your marriage, to expose your privacy. I was hurt, Elena finished. I know. And I forgive you. But Julian, her voice firmed. If you ever leak my private information again, I'll destroy you myself. Damien might be learning mercy, but I'm still learning, and I'm not as far along. Julian's laugh was surprised and genuine. Noted. I'll behave. He headed for the door, then stopped. Elena, you're good for him. For both of us, really. Thank you for not giving up on this family. He left, and Elena and Damien stood alone in their penthouse, surrounded by the evidence of the evening. Dirty dishes, empty wine glasses, sparkling cider for Elena, the flowers Julian had brought now arranged in a vase on the coffee table. We did it, Elena said. We survived dinner with our dysfunctional family and came out intact. We did. Damien pulled her against him. How do you feel? Exhausted. Happy. Hopeful. She looked up at him. Proud of you. For what you did with Julian, for the way you welcomed my father, for being brave enough to be vulnerable on television. I had a good teacher. He kissed her softly. Come to bed. You need rest. I need you, Elena corrected. But she let him lead her to their bedroom. They got ready for bed in comfortable silence. Damien in the bathroom while Elena changed into pajamas, then switching places, the easy choreography of people who'd learned to share space. Elena was sitting on the bed when Damien emerged, and something in her expression made him stop. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Elena patted the bed beside her. I want to show you something. Damien sat. Elena pulled out her phone and opened a video file. Remember when we burned the contract? 3 months ago, after Julian leaked it to the press. Of course. You recorded it. But you never showed me the video. Elena hit play. The screen showed her at the fireplace, feeding pages into the flames. Damien's voice off camera. No more contracts. No more obligations. Just us choosing each other. Every day. For as long as it works. And Elena's response, her face illuminated by firelight. For as long as it works. The video continued, showing the contract burning to ash, showing Elena's tears, showing Damien pulling her into his arms. But it didn't stop there. The camera kept recording, capturing Damien's whispered words. I love you. Contract-free. Obligation-free. Just. Freely. And Elena's response. I love you too. Then the camera angle shifted, clearly set down on a surface, still recording as they moved to the couch. Audio of their conversation, intimate and honest, talking about the future they wanted to build. I didn't know you kept recording, Elena said softly. I wanted to remember it. The moment we chose each other freely. Damien took the phone, watching the video. I watch it sometimes. When I'm at the office, when I'm stressed, when I need to remember why I'm trying to be better. Elena's throat tightened. Show me the rest. There's more. I know there is. Can see the timestamp. You recorded for 20 minutes. Damien hesitated, then let the video continue. On screen they were still on the couch, Elena's head on Damien's shoulder. And then, quietly, Damien's voice. I'm going to marry you again. Properly this time. No contracts, no lawyers, no succession clauses. Just us, in front of the people we love, promising to choose each other. Every day. For as long as we both shall live. Elena's breath caught. She looked at Damien, Real-time Damien sitting beside her on their bed. You said that 3 months ago. I meant it 3 months ago. He set down the phone. I've been waiting for the right moment to ask. Waiting until the scandal died down, until your father was stable, until we'd survived whatever Julian threw at us. He reached into his nightstand and pulled out a small box. But I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of letting external circumstances dictate when we take the next step. He opened the box. The ring inside was different from the one he'd shown her before. Simpler, more elegant, a single diamond on a platinum band that caught the light and threw it back in soft fragments. Elena Morgan, Damien said. His voice steady despite the emotion in his eyes. Will you marry me? Not because of a contract, not because you're carrying my child, not because it serves some strategic purpose. But because I love you and I want to spend the rest of my life choosing you. Every day. For as long as we both shall live. Elena looked at the ring, then at him, and felt tears spill over. You're proposing while I'm in pajamas. You're beautiful in pajamas. I'm 4 months pregnant and exhausted and probably have mascara smeared under my eyes from crying during the interview. You're perfect. Damien's thumb brushed away her tears. And you're stalling. Is that a yes or a no? It's a... Elena stopped, smiling through tears. It's a yes. Obviously it's a yes. I've been waiting for you to ask for 3 months. You knew. I saw the ring in your nightstand 2 months ago when I was looking for my phone charger. Elena laughed. I've been waiting very patiently for you to actually ask. You could have said something. And ruin your carefully planned moment. Never. She held out her left hand. Now put that ring on my finger before I change my mind. Damien slid the ring onto her finger, and it fit perfectly. Of course it did. He'd probably had her measured while she slept. Elena held up her hand, watching the diamond catch the light. It's beautiful, she whispered. It's yours. Damien pulled her into his lap, careful of her stomach. We'll do it properly this time. A real wedding with our family with vows we write ourselves. No lawyers, no contracts, no. Damien. Elena pressed her fingers to his lips. I don't need a big wedding. I don't need a perfect ceremony. I just need you promising to choose me. That's enough. It's not enough. You deserve. I deserve honesty, commitment, love without contingencies. She kissed him softly. And I already have all of that. The wedding is just paperwork. Important paperwork. But Damien was smiling. At least let me plan something small. Just family. Your father, Julian, Richard Hastings, a few close friends. Nothing elaborate, just perfect. Elena finished. That sounds perfect. They kissed, and it was different from the desperate kisses of their early days. Different from the careful kisses of their contract period. This was the kiss of two people who'd chosen each other freely, who'd survived scandal and exposure and family drama, who were building something real in the space between control and chaos. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Elena rested her forehead against his. I love you, she said. Not because I have to, not because a contract requires it, but because you're you. Flawed and controlling and learning to be better. Because you proposed in our bedroom while I'm wearing pajamas. Because you recorded the moment we burned the contract and watch it when you need to remember why you're trying. Because you're going to be an amazing father to our daughter. I love you too. Damien's hand moved to her stomach. Both of you. My whole world in one person. 2 people, Elena corrected. Don't forget about the tiny human you helped create. How could I? He kissed her stomach gently. Hello, little one. Your mother just agreed to marry me. Again. Properly this time. You're going to be the flower girl. She's going to be 3 months old. She can't be a flower girl. She can be whatever she wants. She's my daughter, she'll be extraordinary. Damien looked up at Elena. Like her mother. Elena's eyes filled again. Damn hormones. I cry at everything now. I know. Last week you cried at a commercial for paper towels. It was very moving. The family was reuniting after years apart. It was a paper towel commercial, with excellent emotional resonance. Elena pulled him up for another kiss. Now stop mocking my pregnancy hormones and take me to bed. Your fiancé is exhausted. My fiancé, Damien repeated like he was testing the word. I like that. Good. Because in approximately 3 months, I'm going to be your wife. Again. For real this time. For real this time, he agreed. They fell asleep tangled together, Elena's hand on her stomach, Damien's hand covering hers, the ring on her finger catching moonlight from the window. And for the first time since this whole arrangement began, Elena felt something like peace. The contract was burned. The scandal was fading. Julian was family instead of enemy. Her father was sober and trying. And the man beside her, the one who'd started as a transaction and become her partner, was choosing her freely every day for as long as they both shall live. It wasn't the fairy tale she'd stopped believing in years ago. It was better. It was real. 3 weeks later, Brooklyn Heights. Elena stood in the garden of her family estate. Her estate now, since her father had signed it over, and watched workers transform the overgrown space into something beautiful again. The wedding would be here. Small, intimate, just family and close friends. In the same garden where her mother had planted spring bulbs 20 years ago, where Elena had played as a child, where 4 generations of Morgans had celebrated and mourned and built their lives. It's coming together. Damien appeared beside her, his hand finding hers automatically. The florist says the roses will be in bloom by next month. Perfect. Elena leaned against him. My mother would have loved this. The garden restored, the house lived in again, a wedding that's about love instead of obligation. She would have loved you. Damien kissed her temple. For surviving, for building something beautiful from the wreckage, for not giving up on your father or me or any of us. I'm stubborn that way. You're perfect that way. He turned her to face him. I have something for you. Early wedding present. He handed her a folder. Elena opened it to find architectural plans. Detailed drawings of a house, modern but warm, with large windows and open spaces and a nursery painted in soft colors. What is this? Our house. The one I've been designing for months. Damien pointed to specific features. See. A studio for you, with north-facing windows for the best light. A library with built-in shelves for both our books. A nursery with a reading nook. And here. He flipped to another page. A garden. Not as big as this one, but enough space for our daughter to play, for you to plant flowers like your mother did. Elena's throat tightened. You designed a house for us. I've been designing it since the night you told me you were pregnant. Since I realized I wanted a life with you that wasn't just the penthouse, wasn't just the carefully controlled space I'd built to keep people out. He touched the plans. This is a home, Elena. Real home. For our family. Where? Westchester. Close enough to Manhattan for work, far enough for privacy. There's land, trees, space for our daughter to grow up without photographers following her every move. Damien's voice was uncertain. If you hate it, we can start over. Design something together. I wanted to give you something that was ours, not inherited or purchased or contractually obligated. Elena looked at the plans, seeing the care in every detail. The mudroom for dirty shoes. The breakfast nook with built-in seating. The master bedroom with a fireplace and doors that opened onto a private terrace. It's perfect, she whispered. When can we start building? Construction starts next month. We should be able to move in before the baby comes. Damien pulled her close. Our daughter will come home from the hospital to a real house, with a garden and a nursery and parents who chose each other freely. And a grandfather who's sober, and an uncle who's learning to be family, and a great-grandmother's pearls waiting for her when she's old enough to wear them. Elena smiled through tears. She's going to be so loved. She already is. Damien's hand moved to Elena's stomach, feeling their daughter kick. She's going to be extraordinary, like her mother, and stubborn like her father. God help us both. But Damien was smiling. Come on. Julian's bringing dinner. And your father wanted to show us the progress on the house renovation. Apparently he's been working with the contractor on restoring your mother's studio. They walked toward the house hand in hand, and Elena felt the weight of history around her. 4 generations of Morgans who'd built and lost and rebuilt, who'd survived through stubbornness and love and the refusal to give up even when giving up seemed like the only rational choice. She'd started this journey signing a contract to save her family's legacy. She was ending it, or rather beginning the next chapter, by choosing to build a new legacy. One based on honesty instead of obligation, on love instead of transaction, on the messy, complicated, beautiful reality of people choosing each other every day. The contract was ashes. The marriage was real. And the life they were building, with its flaws and complications and hard-won joy, was everything neither of them had known they needed. The house had a nursery. He'd painted it himself. Epilogue. The beginning. Morgan Estate, Brooklyn Heights. 1 year later, 4:47 p.m. Elena stood in the nursery doorway and watched Damien attempt to negotiate with their 9-month-old daughter. Evelyn Catherine Cross, you cannot eat your shoe. His voice held the same authority he used in boardrooms, which their daughter found hilarious. She giggled and shoved the tiny sneaker further into her mouth. I'm serious. Shoes are not food. She's 9 months old, Elena said from the doorway. She thinks everything is food. Damien looked up, and his expression transformed, the corporate mask dissolving into something softer. How long have you been standing there? Long enough to watch you lose an argument with someone who can't talk yet. Elena crossed to them, scooping Evelyn into her arms. Their daughter immediately grabbed for her mother's necklace, the same Art Deco piece Damien's grandmother had worn, now Elena's to keep. How was the office? Productive. Julian closed the tech startup acquisition. Richard Hastings is considering retirement next year. Damien stood, pressing a kiss to Elena's temple, then to Evelyn's dark curls. How was your day? Exhausting. Evelyn decided naps are for other babies. We had a meeting with Sotheby's about the Rothko auction. And your brother called. He wants to know if we're coming to his engagement party next month. Julian's engaged. Damien's eyebrows rose. To whom? Rebecca Torres. Apparently they reconnected at a gallery opening, and he's been courting her properly this time. No contracts involved. Lena smiled. He sounded happy. Nervous but happy. Good for him. Damien took Evelyn, who immediately grabbed his tie. Think we can find a babysitter? My father already volunteered. He's 6 months sober and desperate for grandparent time. Elena moved to the window overlooking the garden, restored now, blooming with the same flowers her mother had planted decades ago. He's doing well, Damien. Really well. I know. Damien joined her at the window. Evelyn balanced on his hip. He was here this morning, helping the gardener with the roses. He's good with his hands when they're not holding cards. They stood like that for a moment, a family watching the sun set over Brooklyn Heights. The estate had been fully restored over the past year, transformed from a museum of grief into a living home. They'd kept the penthouse in Manhattan for convenience, but this was home. The garden, the history, the rooms filled with Evelyn's laughter and their own hard-won peace. I have something to show you, Elena said. In my studio. She led him down the hall to what had been her mother's studio, now hers. Canvases lined the walls. Elena had started painting again 6 months ago, discovering that creating art was as satisfying as selling it. Maybe more. On the easel sat a new piece. A family portrait, abstract but recognizable. 3 figures in charcoal and gold leaf, intertwined, the brushstrokes loose and honest. It's us, Damien said quietly. It's us. Elena touched the canvas. I'm donating it to the Morgan Fine Arts Collection. Starting a new tradition. Every generation adds a piece. Something that shows who we were, what we built. It's beautiful. Damien's free arm wrapped around her waist. You're talented. You should do more of this. I am doing more. Marcus is organizing a small show next spring. Nothing major, just... She stopped, smiling. Just something for myself. Not for money or obligation or legacy. Just because I want to. I'm proud of you. Damien kissed her hair. For building this life. For not letting the scandal define you. For being brave enough to choose happiness instead of just survival. We chose it together. Elena leaned into him. That's the difference. I'm not surviving anymore, we're living. Evelyn squirmed, wanting down. Damien set her on the floor, and she immediately crawled toward a basket of art supplies, fascinated by the colors. She's going to be an artist, Elena predicted. She's going to be whatever she wants. Damien pulled Elena close. We'll make sure of that. No contracts, no obligations, just love, Elena finished. And support. And the freedom to choose her own path. Even if that path leads away from Cross Enterprises and Morgan Fine Arts. Especially then. Elena touched his face. We're breaking the cycle, remember? No more children forced into family businesses. No more legacies that feel like prisons. Agreed. Damien's hand moved to her stomach. Speaking of which, I'm not pregnant. Elena laughed at his expression. Why would you think I'm pregnant? You've been tired lately. Emotional. You cried at that commercial again. It was a moving commercial. The dog found his way home. Elena shook her head. I'm not pregnant. I'm just... She stopped, reconsidering. Actually, I don't know. Could be. We haven't exactly been careful. Should we find out? Elena looked at Evelyn, now contentedly chewing on a paintbrush they'd have to sanitize later. Then at Damien, this man who'd started as a transaction and become her partner in every sense. Then at the studio around them, full of art and light and possibility. Not yet, she said. Let's just exist in the uncertainty for a while. If I'm pregnant, we'll find out eventually. If I'm not, that's okay too. Either way, she pulled him closer. Either way, we have enough. We do. Damien kissed her, soft and lingering. We really do. The Morgan Cross house, Westchester. 7:23 p.m. They drove to Westchester as the sun set, Evelyn asleep in her car seat, the city giving way to trees and open sky. The house Damien had designed sat on 3 acres of land, modern and warm, with the large windows and open spaces he'd promised. They'd moved in 4 months ago, and Elena still wasn't used to the quiet. No sirens, no street noise, just wind in the trees and the occasional owl. It was unsettling and perfect. Dinner's in the oven, Damien said as they pulled into the driveway. I asked the housekeeper to prep before she left. We just need to heat it up. Look at you being domestic. Elena unbuckled Evelyn carefully. Next you'll be doing laundry. I draw the line at laundry. That's what dry cleaning is for. You can't dry clean baby clothes. Then we'll hire someone. But Damien was smiling. He'd learned to delegate, to let go of control in small ways. The house ran itself mostly, with staff who came during the day and left them alone at night. It was the balance they'd needed. Help without intrusion, support without surveillance. Inside, the house smelled like rosemary and roasted chicken. Elena put Evelyn in her high chair while Damien pulled dinner from the oven. They ate as a family, Evelyn making a spectacular mess with her pureed vegetables, both parents too tired to care about the food in her hair. After dinner, they gave Evelyn a bath together, Damien holding her while Elena washed, both of them soaked by the time they finished. Then stories in the nursery, the one Damien had painted himself in soft yellows and grays, with a mural of the Brooklyn Bridge spanning one wall. Once upon a time, Elena read from a picture book, there was a little girl who lived in a big city. Brooklyn, Damien interjected. She lived in Brooklyn. The book says, big city. Brooklyn is a big city. Technically part of one anyway. Are you really arguing geography with a baby book? But Elena was smiling. This was their routine. Damien interrupting stories to add details, Elena reading anyway, Evelyn falling asleep to the sound of her parents' voices. By 8, Evelyn was down. By 8:30, Elena and Damien collapsed on the couch in the living room, too exhausted to do anything but exist in each other's presence. "I got an email today," Elena said, her head on Damien's shoulder. "From that journalist. The one who did our interview last year. What did she want? A follow-up piece. 1 year later, how we're doing, whether the marriage survived the scandal." Elena's fingers traced patterns on his chest. "I told her no." "Good." Damien's arm tightened around her. "We don't owe anyone our story anymore." "We don't." Elena tilted her head to look at him. "But I've been thinking maybe we should tell it anyway. Not for the press but for Evelyn. So when she's older she understands how we started. The contract, the arrangement, how it became real. You want to tell our daughter we began as a business transaction? I want to tell her the truth. That sometimes love starts in unexpected places. That what matters isn't how you begin, but how you choose to continue." Elena sat up. "And I want her to know that we chose each other. Every day. Even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard." Damien was quiet for a moment. Then, "Okay. We'll tell her. When she's old enough to understand. We'll be honest about all of it." "Thank you." Elena kissed him. "Now come to bed. Your daughter wakes up at 6, and we need all the sleep we can get." "Our daughter," Damien corrected. "She's ours." "Our daughter," Elena agreed. The Morgan Cross house, master bedroom. 10:47 p.m. Elena couldn't sleep. She lay in bed beside Damien, listening to his breathing even out into sleep, and felt the familiar restlessness that meant her mind was working through something. Carefully, she slipped out of bed and padded down the hall to her office, the studio Damien had designed with north-facing windows and built-in storage for her art supplies. She pulled out a leather journal, new and unmarked, and opened to the first page. "For Evelyn," she wrote. "When you're old enough to understand." She paused, pen hovering over paper. Your father and I didn't start the way most couples do. There was no meet-cute, no first date, no slow courtship. There was a contract, 43 pages of terms and conditions that reduced our marriage to a business transaction. Your grandfather was drowning in gambling debts. Morgan Fine Arts, the family business your great-grandmother built, was facing bankruptcy. And your father, well, your father needed legitimacy that his money couldn't buy. Old money connections, social capital, the Morgan name that opened doors his billions couldn't. So we made a deal. He'd clear the debts, save the business, and I'd give him 2 years of marriage and an heir. You were part of the contract before you were even conceived. I know how that sounds. Clinical, transactional, like you were an obligation instead of a choice. But here's what the contract couldn't account for. Your father is terrible at following his own rules. Elena smiled, remembering. He was supposed to keep his distance. We had separate bedrooms, separate lives, a carefully maintained facade of marital unity that was really just performance. But he kept breaking the rules. He'd seek me out for dinner even when we had no public appearances scheduled. He'd ask my opinion on business decisions that had nothing to do with me. He'd watch me sleep through the crack in my door like some kind of Victorian ghost. He fell in love with me, even though the contract specifically prohibited emotional entanglement. And I fell in love with him, even though I'd sworn I was done being vulnerable. By the time you were conceived, the contract was irrelevant. We weren't fulfilling an obligation. We were choosing each other. Choosing to build a family. Choosing to try, even though we were both terrified of failing. Your uncle Julian leaked the contract to the press when I was 4 months pregnant with you. The whole world learned that our marriage had started as a transaction. The scandal was brutal. People called me a gold digger, called your father a sociopath, called you, before you were even born, a contract baby. It almost destroyed us. Not because the accusations were wrong, but because they were partially right. We had started as a transaction. The contract was real. And for a few weeks, I wondered if we'd been lying to ourselves about what we'd become. But your father did something I didn't expect. He burned the contract. Literally. We fed all 43 pages into the fireplace and watched them turn to ash. And then he asked me to marry him again. Properly this time. No lawyers, no clauses, no succession requirements. Just two people choosing each other freely. We got married in your great-grandmother's garden, with your grandfather and Uncle Julian and a handful of close friends. I was 7 months pregnant with you, wearing a dress that barely fit, crying through vows we'd written ourselves. It was small and imperfect and the most honest thing either of us had ever done. You were born 3 months later, in the same hospital where your great-grandmother died. Your father held you first, and I watched him fall in love all over again. Not with me this time, but with you. This tiny person we'd created, who was wanted and loved and free from any contractual obligation. So yes, our story started with a contract. But it didn't end there. It became something real, something chosen, something built on honesty instead of strategy. I'm writing this down so you'll know. You were never an obligation. You were always a choice. The best choice we ever made. Love, Mom. Elena closed the journal and set it aside. She'd add to it over the years. More stories, more truth, a complete record of how a transaction became a family. Can't sleep. She turned to find Damien in the doorway, hair mussed, wearing the worn t-shirt he'd had since college and refused to throw away despite Elena's protests. Just writing something for Evelyn. For later. She stood and moved into his arms. Did I wake you? No. Bed was cold without you. He kissed her hair. What were you writing? Our story. The real version. So she knows how we started and how we became what we are now. And what are we now? Elena pulled back to look at him. We're a family. Imperfect and complicated and built on a foundation that probably shouldn't have worked. But it did work. Does work. Because we keep choosing it. We do. Damien's hand cupped her face. Every day. For as long as we both shall live. That's very romantic for 3 in the morning. I'm practicing. Our vow renewal is coming up. 1 year since the real wedding. I want to get the words right this time. The words were perfect last time. I cried through half of them. That's not perfect. It was honest. That's better than perfect. Elena kissed him. Now come back to bed. We have approximately 5 hours before our daughter wakes up and demands breakfast. They returned to their bedroom, and Elena curled into Damien's side. His arms secure around her. Through the window, stars scattered across the sky. The same stars that had watched them sign a contract, fall in love, build a life that neither of them had planned. Damien. Elena whispered into the darkness. Thank you. For what? For carrying my key in your pocket. For painting the nursery yourself. For choosing me every day, even when I make it difficult. She pressed her palm against his chest, feeling his heartbeat. For breaking your own rules and falling in love with me. Thank you for letting me. His voice was rough. For staying when you had every reason to leave. For building this life with me. For Evelyn. He stopped. For everything. They fell asleep like that, tangled together, and somewhere down the hall, their daughter slept peacefully in the nursery her father had painted, surrounded by love that had started as obligation and become choice. 3 months later. Morgan Estate Garden, Brooklyn Heights. The vow renewal was small, just family as promised. Elena stood in her mother's garden wearing a simple dress the color of champagne. Her hand resting on the slight swell of her stomach. 3 months pregnant with their second child, unplanned but wanted, another choice in a life full of them. Damien stood across from her in a dark suit. Evelyn balanced on his hip in a tiny dress that matched her mother's. Their daughter was more interested in the flowers than the ceremony, but that was fine. This wasn't about performance. It was about marking a moment, acknowledging how far they'd come. Richard Morgan stood beside Elena, 1 year sober. His hand steady as he prepared to walk his daughter down an aisle she'd already walked once before. Julian stood beside Damien as best man. his fiancée Rebecca watching from the front row with tears in her eyes. Richard Hastings and Patricia Chen represented the business side of their lives, but they'd become friends too. Real friends, not just associates. The officiant, the same one who'd married them the first time, smiled at them both. "A year ago," she said, "you stood in this garden and promised to choose each other. Not because a contract required it, not because obligation demanded it, but because you wanted to. Because you'd learned that love isn't about perfect beginnings. It's about honest continuations." Elena's eyes filled. Damien's hand found hers, squeezing gently. "Today you're renewing those vows. Reaffirming that choice. Promising again to build a life together, with all its complications and joys and unexpected blessings." The officiant looked at Damien. "Do you have words you'd like to share?" Damien handed Evelyn to Julian, their daughter protesting briefly before being distracted by her uncle's watch, and took both of Elena's hands. "A year ago, I stood here and promised to choose you every day. I've kept that promise. Even on the hard days, even when we fight about my need to control the thermostat or your tendency to leave coffee cups in places that defy logic." Elena laughed through tears. "Even then I choose you. But I want to add something to those vows. I want to promise that I'll keep choosing growth. Keep learning to trust without building safety nets. Keep tearing down the walls I spent years building, because the view is better without them." His voice roughened. "You've made me better, Elena. Not perfect, I'll never be perfect. But better. More human. More capable of love. And I promise to keep choosing our family. This one." He gestured to Evelyn, now happily destroying Julian's watch. "And the one we're growing. And whatever other unexpected blessings come our way. I promise to be present for all of it. The messy, complicated, beautiful reality of life with you. I love you. Not because I have to, but because I can't imagine not loving you. You're my home, Elena. You and Evelyn and this new life we're building. You're everything I didn't know I needed." Elena was crying openly now. She took a breath, steadying herself. "A year ago you asked me what we were building and I said we were building a life. But it's more than that. We're building a legacy. Not the kind that's measured in auction houses or corporate towers, but the kind that's measured in moments. In choosing each other every morning. In painting nurseries and burning contracts and learning to love without conditions. I promise to keep choosing honesty. Even when it's uncomfortable. Even when it means admitting I'm scared or uncertain or don't have all the answers. I promise to keep choosing us over the easy path, over the safe distance, over the careful control that feels secure but leaves you isolated. And I promise to keep choosing joy. To laugh at your terrible jokes, to dance in the kitchen when Evelyn's asleep, to find beauty in the ordinary moments that make up a life together." She squeezed his hands. "You've taught me that love isn't about perfect beginnings. It's about choosing to continue even when, especially when, it's hard. I love you, Damien Cross. For carrying keys in your pocket, for watching me through doorway cracks, for being brave enough to burn a contract and build something real in its place. I love you for being imperfect and honest and willing to keep trying. I choose you. Today. Tomorrow. For as long as we both shall live." The officiant smiled. "Then by the power vested in me, I pronounce you, still married. You may kiss your wife." Again. Damien pulled Elena close and kissed her, and their family erupted in applause. Evelyn shrieked with delight from Julian's arms. Richard Morgan was crying openly. Rebecca was filming on her phone, probably already planning to leak it to society pages as revenge for Julian's earlier transgression. When they broke apart, both laughing, Damien rested his forehead against Elena's. "We did it," he murmured. "We did it," she agreed. "We built something stronger than a contract. We built a life. We built a family." They turned to face their guests, and Elena felt the weight of history around her. 4 generations of Morgans who'd built and lost and rebuilt, who'd survived through stubbornness and love and the refusal to give up. And now a 5th generation growing inside her. Another unexpected blessing, another choice. The reception was small and perfect. Dinner in the restored house, toasts that made everyone cry, Evelyn falling asleep on her grandfather's shoulder while Julian and Rebecca danced to music from a Bluetooth speaker. No photographers, no press, no performance. Just family celebrating the choice to keep choosing. As the sun set over Brooklyn Heights, Elena and Damien stood in the garden where it had all begun. Not the contract signing, but the real beginning. The moment they'd chosen to burn the pages and build something new. "I have something for you," Damien said. He pulled out a small box. Not a ring this time, but a key. "To the house in Westchester. I had it engraved." Elena took the key. On one side, EMC. On the other, home. "You've been carrying it in your pocket," she said, recognizing the worn edges. "Since the day we moved in. Waiting for the right moment to give it to you." He closed her fingers around the key. "It's yours. The house, the life, all of it. Not because a contract says so, but because I'm choosing to give it to you freely." Elena's throat tightened. "I don't need a key. I already have a home. With you. I know. But I wanted you to have the symbol anyway. Something to hold on to when things get hard. Proof that I'm not building escape hatches anymore." He pulled her close. "I'm all in, Elena. No safety nets. No contingency plans. Just us, building this life together." "Just us," she agreed. They stood like that as the stars came out, as their family celebrated inside, as their daughter slept peacefully and their second child grew quietly. Building a life in increments, in choices, in the small moments that accumulated into something extraordinary. The contract was ashes. The marriage was real. And the future they were building, with all its imperfections and complications and unexpected joy, was everything neither of them had known they needed. 10 years later. The Morgan Cross house, Westchester. Elena stood in her studio and added the final touches to a new painting. Another family portrait, this one including their 3 children. Evelyn at 10, dark-haired and serious, already showing signs of her father's intensity. James at 7, with Elena's hazel eyes and Damien's stubborn chin. And Sophia at 5, the surprise baby who'd arrived 3 years after James, all wild curls and fearless joy. The painting was abstract but recognizable. 5 figures intertwined, the brushstrokes loose and honest, gold leaf catching the light. "It's beautiful." Damien appeared in the doorway, gray threading through his dark hair now, reading glasses perched on his head. He'd aged well, Elena thought. The sharp edges softened slightly, the control relaxed into something more like confidence. "It's us," Elena said. "All of us. For the Morgan Fine Arts Collection. Continuing the tradition. The kids will love it." Damien moved behind her, his arms wrapping around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder. "Evelyn's been asking when she can start her own collection. Apparently 10 is old enough to be a serious artist. She gets that from me. She gets the intensity from me." Damien kissed her neck. "Have you told her yet? About the contract?" "Not yet. I want to wait until she's a little older. Until she can understand nuance." Elena leaned back against him. "But soon. Before she hears it from someone else." They decided years ago to tell their children the truth. About the contract, about how their parents' marriage had started, about the choice that had transformed obligation into love. It was important, Elena thought, for them to understand that love wasn't always simple. That sometimes it started in unexpected places and became something beautiful through work and choice and stubborn refusal to give up. "Julian called," Damien said. "He and Rebecca are expecting again. Number 3. Good for them." Elena smiled. Julian and Rebecca had built something real too. A marriage without contracts, a family without obligation. Julian had become the uncle their children adored. The one who showed up for birthdays and school plays and brought presents that were always slightly too extravagant. He'd also become Damien's true partner in business, the venture capital division thriving under his leadership. The brothers still fought, that would probably never change, but they fought like family now, not enemies. "Your father's coming for dinner tonight," Damien continued. He wants to show the kids his 10-year sobriety chip. In years, Richard Morgan had stayed sober, attended his meetings, rebuilt his relationship with his daughter and grandchildren. He lived in the estate now. Elena had given it to him formally, a gift on his 5th sober anniversary. He'd turned it into a halfway house for recovering addicts, a place where people could rebuild their lives the way he'd rebuilt his. It was the legacy Catherine Morgan would have wanted. Not an auction house or a family name, but a place of healing and second chances. "Mom, Dad." Evelyn's voice carried from downstairs. "Grandpa's here early, and he brought ice cream before dinner again." Elena and Damien exchanged glances. "Your father," Damien said. "Your problem," Elena countered. But she was smiling. "Come on. Let's go have ice cream before dinner like the responsible parents we are." They headed downstairs to find chaos. Richard Morgan surrounded by 3 children, all of them with ice cream-covered faces, all of them talking over each other about their days. The house was loud and messy and full of life. It was perfect. That night, after the kids were in bed and Richard had gone home and the house was finally quiet, Elena and Damien sat on their back porch and watched the stars. "Do you ever think about it?" Elena asked. "The contract. How different our lives would be if we'd never signed it." "Sometimes." Damien's hand found hers automatically. "But I can't imagine it. Can't imagine a version of my life without you and the kids. Without this." He gestured to the house, the life they'd built. "The contract brought us together, but it's not what kept us together. That was choice." "Every day," Elena agreed. "Every day," Damien repeated. He pulled her closer. "For as long as we both shall live." They sat like that as the night deepened, as their children slept peacefully inside, as the life they'd built hummed quietly around them. A life that had started with 43 pages of legal documents and become something neither of them could have predicted. Not perfect. Never perfect. But real and honest and built on the foundation of choosing each other, every day through every complication and joy. The contract was long gone, burned to ashes a decade ago. But the love it had accidentally created, that was eternal. 15 years later. Morgan Fine Arts, Brooklyn Heights. Elena stood in the gallery and looked at the wall of family portraits. 5 generations of Morgans, each one adding their piece to the collection. Her great-grandmother's formal oil painting, all Victorian propriety and hidden strength. Her grandmother's watercolor, loose and impressionistic, painted the year she'd buried her husband. Her mother's seascape, the horizon dissolving into mist, painted the summer before she died. Elena's own abstract family portrait, the 5 figures intertwined, gold leaf catching the light. And now, the newest addition, Evelyn's contribution, painted at 25. A mixed media piece that incorporated photographs and paint in gold leaf. A family tree, branches spreading across the canvas, roots deep and tangled. At the center, a small burned fragment of paper, preserved under glass. Elena moved closer, reading the text visible on the fragment. "Within 24 months of the contract's execution." "I found it in your journal," Evelyn said, appearing beside her mother. "The one you've been writing for me since I was born. You saved a piece of the contract. I thought it belonged in the portrait." Elena's throat tightened. "You read the journal. You left it on my bed last month with a note saying I was old enough now." Evelyn touched the painting gently. "I read all of it. The contract, the scandal, how you and Dad chose each other. How I was part of the contract before I was even conceived." "Are you angry?" "No." Evelyn looked at her mother. "I'm grateful. You could have lied, could have made it sound romantic from the beginning. Instead you told me the truth. That love isn't always simple. That sometimes it starts as a transaction and becomes a choice. I wanted you to understand," Elena said quietly. "That you were never an obligation. That you were always wanted." "I know." Evelyn pulled her mother into a hug. "And I wanted to honor that. The contract brought you together, but it's not what kept you together. That was choice. Every day. For as long as you both shall live. Elena held her daughter tight. This young woman who'd grown up knowing the truth about her parents' beginning, who'd chosen to honor it instead of hide it. It's beautiful, she whispered. The painting. The whole concept. Your great-grandmother would be proud. I hope so. Evelyn pulled back. I'm donating it to the permanent collection, so future generations can see how we started, how we became what we are. A family, Elena said. A family, Evelyn agreed. 20 years later. The Morgan Cross house, Westchester. Damien sat in his study and watched the video for the 100th time. The one he'd recorded 20 years ago, the night they'd burned the contract. Elena at the fireplace, feeding pages into the flames. Her voice strong and certain. No more contracts. No more obligations. Just us choosing each other. Every day. For as long as it works. And his own response barely audible. For as long as it works. But it had worked. For 20 years. Through 3 children and countless challenges and the ordinary complications of building a life together. It had worked because they'd kept choosing it. Kept choosing each other. Are you watching that again? Elena appeared in the doorway, silver threading through her dark hair now, laugh lines deep around her eyes. She was 63 and more beautiful than the day he'd met her. I like to remember, Damien said. The moment we chose each other freely. We choose each other every day. Elena crossed to him, settling into his lap like she'd done 1,000 times before. Today I choose you. Tomorrow I'll choose you. The day after that. I'll choose you, Damien finished. He kissed her softly. For as long as we both shall live. That's the vow, Elena agreed. Through the window, they could see their grandchildren playing in the garden. Evelyn's 2 children, James's daughter, Sophia's twin boys. 5 grandchildren. All of them growing up in a house built on honesty and choice and the stubborn refusal to let a contract define what they could become. Do you ever regret it? Damien asked. Signing the contract. Starting this way. Never. Elena's answer was immediate. The contract brought us together. Everything else, the love, the family, the life, that was our choice. And I'd choose it again. Every time. Even knowing how hard it would be. The scandal, the exposure, the years of rebuilding trust. Especially knowing that. Elena touched his face. Because the hard parts made us stronger. Made us certain. Made us real. Damien pulled her closer, and they sat like that as the sun set over Westchester, as their grandchildren played in the garden, as the life they'd built hummed quietly around them. 20 years since they'd burned the contract. 20 years of choosing each other every day through every complication and joy. The contract was ashes. The marriage was real. And the love they'd built, started in transaction, transformed by choice, sustained by stubborn refusal to give up, was everything neither of them had known they needed. 30 years later. Morgan Estate, Brooklyn Heights. Elena stood in the garden and looked at the memorial stone they'd installed last month. Catherine Morgan, 1954 to 2014. Artist, mother, builder of legacies. 30 years since her mother's death. 30 years since the gambling debts and the contract and the beginning of everything. She would have loved this, Richard said beside her. He was 89 now, still sober, still attending his meetings, still running the halfway house with the same dedication he'd once given to destroying his family. All of it. The family you've built, the life you've created. She'd be so proud. I hope so. Elena's voice was thick. I tried to honor her legacy. Not just the business but the values. The honesty. The refusal to give up. You did more than honor it. You transformed it. Richard touched the memorial stone. She built an auction house. You built a family. That's the better legacy. Elena leaned against her father, and they stood like that in the garden where so much had begun and ended and begun again. Behind them, the estate hummed with life, the halfway house full of people rebuilding their lives, the gallery hosting an exhibition of Evelyn's latest work, the garden blooming with flowers Catherine Morgan had planted 40 years ago. Legacy. Not of money or business or auction houses, but of second chances and stubborn hope and the choice to keep building even when everything seemed lost. Damien appeared in the garden, moving slower now at 79, but still solid, still hers. Elena. Car's here. We should go if we want to make it to Evelyn's opening. Coming. Elena kissed her father's cheek. See you at dinner tomorrow. Wouldn't miss it. Richard smiled. Bring the grandkids. And the great-grandkids. This old house needs noise. Elena and Damien walked to the car hand in hand, and she looked back once at the estate. The house where she'd grown up, where she'd signed a contract that had changed everything, where 4 generations of Morgans had built their lives. What are you thinking? Damien asked. That we did it. Elena squeezed his hand. We built something stronger than a contract. We built a life. We did. Damien helped her into the car, then slid in beside her. And we're not done yet. We have grandchildren to spoil and great-grandchildren to meet and years of choosing each other ahead of us. Years, Elena agreed. She leaned against him and he wrapped his arm around her, and they drove toward Manhattan together, toward their daughter's art opening, toward their family, toward the life they'd built from ashes and choice and love. The contract was long gone, burned 30 years ago in a fireplace in a penthouse that no longer existed. But the love it had accidentally created, that was eternal. That was everything. That was home. We'd built something stronger than a contract. We'd built a life. End.